Dime qué tú quieres, papi. ¿Quieres que lo mueva para ti? Mueve, mueve. ¿Te gusta cuando me muevo así? Así.
Thank you, God, for this day we have lived, everything in our life, our health, our family, the guidance you have given us, allow us guidance to the path of righteousness. Amen.
Really, I'ma get that bitch. Revenge is a dish best served cold. She took my son, now my soul is cold. He took my daddy, now my soul is old.
Yeah, man.
That's hot shit right there, man.
So what we gonna do? We gonna dub?
King Chaka ENT. Y'all can check out the music on Spotify, Apple, and other services. Doing what we do 3 to 4 nights a week. King Chaka ENT. From the
She
back
starts
seat.
shooting.
That dude was like, ow.
What was that?
Outside the car,
That nigga
deputies'
got
body
popped.
cameras capturing the bullets flying through the air.
We got shots fired
couldn't
up
have been
here.
a straight
We need
shot. It had
backup
to be-
immediately. Start
Are you-
EMS. Start EMS.
What
We got a
the fuck?
civilian. We got a civilian hit.
The deputy.
Looks like we got us another hit.
Man, why the hell this house ain't clean, man? Where the food at? Hey, man. Oh my God.
Been working all day. Dang.
Private numbers on the phone.
And it make me wonder.
No meal when I'm home.
It make me wonder.
And you don't even want a bone.
And it make me wonder.
The wrong name when you moan.
And that make me wonder.
Private numbers on the phone.
And it make me wonder.
No meal when I'm home.
And it make me wonder.
And you don't even want a bone.
And it make me wonder.
The wrong name when you moan.
And that make me wonder.
I told my girl to try new things, talk, but she say she ain't into that.
Mine's is into that. She all on the internet.
What you mean, MySpace?
Hell yeah, MySpace. Then she wanna trip when it's chicks in my face.
Blah, 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 etc., etc.
You ain't gon' find nobody better.
But her girlfriend's telling her,
She's a princess.
but Chuck, I love her. Should I come to my senses?
Pussy whoop, that vagina got you
No,
senseless.
Chuck, I'm just saying, I'm coming home to new.
Man, I need a blunt. Matter of fact, twist two of them.
She say that house dirty, so I blame it on the poodle.
ain't clean the bathroom in weeks.
And she won't get pissed off when it's piss on the seat. Private numbers on the phone.
And that make me wonder.
No meal when I'm home.
And that make me wonder.
And you don't even want a bone.
And that make me wonder.
The wrong name when you moan.
And that make me wonder.
Private numbers on the phone.
And it make me wonder.
No meal when I'm home.
And it make me wonder.
And you don't even want a bone.
And that make me wonder.
The wrong name when you moan.
And that make me wonder. Tossing in the bed, strange thoughts in my head.
What you think, she cheating?
Nah, I don't know. I ain't give her a reason.
Every time I go to mine's office, her boss just leaving.
Breathing and wheezing like she got asthma.
She just got 3 raises and a brand new plasma.
Mine spend all my money at garage sales.
I was thinking about marriage, buying a ring from Zelle.
Why she need $100 just to do her nails?
Man, she won't even salute my little soldier.
Just don't care.
I could swear she bipolar.
She take my Escalade.
Got me driving her Nova.
She bought a 7-Up.
Man, she know I like cola.
Forgot I was born in the month of October.
Man, I'm finna go and tell it that it's over.
Man, I'm finna go and tell her that it's over.
Yes, I just want to let you know that I'm going to be. Stop, Ryan. I'm going to be working so a little late tonight, so could you go home and make sure the kids are in bed and probably have to cook yourself something to eat tonight, so, okay. Well, until
That's what I'm talking about right there. You see that? It's a wrap. We
Strap your boots on, we finna march, we finna march, it's time to march. Strap your boots on, we finna march, we finna march, it's time to march. It's better to gun, never to run, so here we come, to sever the lung. Meticulous to the letter, ridiculous think you ever get with this lyricist. I really think I'll be feeling this shit forever. Gotta get my shit together, regardless of the weather. And if I think my mental's clever, smoking a swisher sweet on leather, them niggas can't keep me tethered. I'll fuck around, pull the levers, hot while you niggas wearing sweaters. And they got people in place wherever. I really wanna shake the ladder, or maybe it makes me smarter, really it makes me harder, makes me better to praise my daughter. You people gon' check the order. How many wanna be a martyr? How many is getting larger? Any respect the father. Strap your boots on, we finna march, we finna march, it's time to march. Strap your boots on, we finna march, we finna march, it's time to march. Live slide, situation, faces and names. Live slide, catching cases, chasing them games. Why you gotta kill for 15 seconds of fame? And why I keep it real but still expecting to change? Why do I feel like redirecting my pain? Smiling while I'm saying to myself I'm insane. Hating for your health, you can't help but be lame. Obsessed with the wealth and it's melting your brain. I done heard them discussions about cases and planes, and I done seen repercussions. I ain't touching the game. Choose the pictures you like, we just making the frame. You can have a light, but we taking the flame. Strap your boots on, we finna march, we finna march, it's time to march. Strap your boots on, we finna march, we finna march, it's time to march.
It's better to gun, never to run, either way ball to the righteous ones. I'm a soldier, dressed up fatigue, and turn up my boots, ain't scared of no one. Ready for war even if I'm sleep, waking up busting these niggas on sight. I'm shining like a motherfucker, even the blind can see the light. Y'all think I'm ready, but we go with the heat that make y'all do it again. Remain the same as we keep it real, the format bitch niggas could never win. And I'm always ready to attack, making sure that you ain't coming back. Even if bitches don't get no slag when these boots are fucking black. Nickel.
Yeah, man.
That's hot shit right there, man.
So what we gonna do? We gonna dub that?
Yeah, man, let's do it, dog. Let's get it done, dog. You know what I'm saying? It's hot shit.
Hey, say y'all load that down right quick, bro. I got a little message or something, you know what I'm saying?
Hi, this is Dr. Nicole calling from Fort Lauderdale Hospital to inform you that Catrell Williams has died with multiple gunshot wounds to the head at 4:45 a.m. For further information, you can contact the hospital at 713-225-8618.
Man, these niggas fucked up. Oh my God, yo, fucked up. Black bandana, finger on the hammer. You won't see these apes go bananas. Ride with the heat, ride with the heat, ride with the heat, ride with the heat. Yeah. Black bandana, fingers on the camera. You won't see this ape go bananas. Ride with the heat, ride with the heat, ride with the heat, ride with the heat. Yeah. Motherfucker gotta die. You gotta die, motherfucker gotta die. Go banana, my fingers on the hammer for you nail type niggas. I'm a jail type nigga. Give a hell about hell, my nigga. Flame was doing fine till they killed my nigga. Now I gotta touch him up, rough him up, fuck him up, bucking stuff at his family. Killing his people randomly. Man, nigga gon' handle me. And my nigga ain't die in vain. I'ma ride on his name and shoot 5 in the sky. And them niggas who killed him must be ready to die. They could give me the chair because I'm ready to fight. Real niggas ride with that grown and they niggas is gone. Pour out a whole 40, taking scotch to the dome. Yeah, black bandana, fingers on the hammer. You won't see this tapes go bananas. Ride with the heat, ride with the heat, ride with the heat. You gotta die, motherfucker. Black bandana, finger on the hammer. You won't see this tape go bananas. Ride with the heat, ride with the heat, ride with the heat. You gotta die, motherfucker. That was my nigga since a little boy. When we was playing with them little toys. And now I got a kill boy. He was a killer gorilla. He taught me everything. swear to God on my mother, my brother, the chopper saying, hey, any nigga who I thought who did, I'm coming, homie, and I'm coming to get it. What? I smell revenge is all in the air. I'm fucking at your kids cause the boy don't care. You ain't care when you took my nigga life. So I'ma show you what the pipe and the other side like. Yeah. Die, motherfucker, get the fuck out of here. See my partner gone, he got the fuck out of here. Cause the pussy niggas just like you. I'm a gorilla piranha like him, I'm about to bite you. Don't wanna fight you, hit you with that pipe, dude. Show you what the other side like, dude. Hey, it's not a game, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm a real nigga, you know what I'm saying? I believe if a nigga take my nigga, you know what I'm saying? I'm taking his nigga, I'm taking his family, I'm taking his sperm, I'm taking his kids, cause I'ma shoot him in his nuts, you hear me? Real gangster.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, we want you to be an activist, and don't take our word for it. Look that mess up. Thank you, God, for this day we have lived, everything in our life, our health, our family, the guidance you have given us. Allow us guidance to the path of righteousness with no sway. Amen. Amen, amen, amen. How y'all feel? Y'all feel good? Really good to feel good. That's what it's all about. I don't know if y'all heard this about what's going on in Iran. I don't know if there's music in this. I didn't get to.
Started because of what happened to 22-year-old Mahsa Amini. She was arrested last week in Tehran by what are known as the morality police. They apparently decided her trousers were too tight and headscarf wasn't on right. Under Iranian law, women can be arrested for not wearing proper hijab, which doesn't just refer to the headscarf, but also the rest of her clothing as well. Now, Amini collapsed while she was in police custody, fell into a coma, and died in hospital 3 days later. Iranian officials say she died because of pre-existing health conditions, but her family say she was healthy and that she died because she was severely beaten. And as her story spread, so did the anger. Women started posting protest videos online of them cutting their hair. Other women have been burning their headscarves, and it kind of snowballed from there. So now people aren't just protesting about what happened to Amini. Women and men are angry about the whole system. Iran's government is trying to shut this down. Protesters are getting arrested, and the internet is being heavily restricted. Still, protesters seem determined to get their message out for as long as they can. Let's talk about what's going on in Iran. Anti-government protests have spread to more than 50 towns and cities, and things are getting violent. Several protesters and at least one police officer have been killed, and it all started because of what happened to 22-year-old Mahsa Amini. She was arrested last week in Tehran by what are known as the morality police. They apparently decided her trousers were too tight and headscarf wasn't on right.
Yeah, man. The thing about this is that Iran, they're a lot like United States, you know, in a lot of ways. So, you know, if you think that, you know, see, the thing is like, okay, you oppress people for a long time, you keep on screwing over them for a long time, and then after a while, they just like lose it over one thing. And that's how it happens. And that same thing will happen here, you know, because we are under the same kind of situation that the Iranian people are under. And, you know, people will like to say, you know, United States, the most freest country in the world, UK, really free country or whatever. But people not feeling that way. So all it takes is, it's like I say, it's a powder keg, you know, it's a powder keg that's waiting to go off. This story is really interesting to me in a lot of ways. I saw a story about the lady she was from Iran, but she works for CBS or something. And she was interviewing, she was supposed to interview the guy from Iran, the president of Iran. And he was like, you don't have your proper hijab on, so I can't do the interview. He didn't do the interview. But what's really funny about this is that it wasn't inside of Iran. So like the law is the law in Iran. So that lady, she covers her hair and wears the hijab when she's in Iran, but she wasn't in Iran when she was doing this interview. She didn't feel like she had to do that. So he was like, nah, I'm not even interviewing you. So it's funny though. What it makes me think about is like, okay, the lady who did that interview also said she's previously interviewed many presidents of Iran and outside of Iran and never had to wear a hijab. And so then the whole thing is this is really political now, you know, it's really sensitive. So it shows that he wants to stand on that, you know, and it's probably because he has this constituency within Iran that really feels that way, you know. It's kind of similar to what's happening here, like I say. So he has a constituency that really wants to stand on that and be firm on it, and he wants to show that he's firm on it too for his constituency. So, but then what happens is in the world when, you know, people are oppressed, you know, there's a segment of the society that always turns super ultra conservative, you know, and they just feel like they need to go back to those conservative ways so that, you know, things can be better because they feel like things are out of control. But, you know, there's always different ways to react to a situation. You got the person that reacts super conservative to harsh times, and then you got the person that's like, man, this system is all screwed up and we need to rebuild it. You know, those are the two directions that you go in. And then you got the freaking smushy, mushy people in the middle who's all like, you know, no, we can't be ultra conservative. And, oh, no, we can't just change the whole system. You know, those people are the ones that sit there and they're really like, I really wanted to cover this, but they're really conservative, you know, and they're playing, or there's a mind fuck that they're doing to themselves that they're moderate, but they're really conservative because they're holding things from being progressive. They're like, oh, you know, we can't make no major incremental change. So, and the political system that we have here in the States is all that. It's either ultra conservative or incremental change. That's all on the right. That's all conservative, actually. Get some people in here. This is a funny clip of them making fun of the people tripping about the Queen's death. Is there music in this? It's really funny. Yeah, this clip went viral, and a lot of people did a bunch of remixes and clips of it. It's pretty freaking funny. It's really funny. I can't help but to say how like those drums make me think of like New Orleans, and then it sounds like the Caribbean too. So where is this, anyways? Does it say in the captions? Nobody knows anything in the captions. I don't know where this is. Somewhere in the Caribbean, but I would guess somewhere in the Caribbean. Anyways, it's pretty funny to me. Real life parody there. Yesterday, I was talking about these damn birds taking down these damn airplanes, and this post right here, it says local airlines lose over 20 aircrafts to 93 bird strikes in 6 months. I don't know where this is locally. I'm gonna read the caption, maybe they'll say, but local airline loses over 20 aircrafts to 93 bird strikes in 6 months. So in 6 months, they lost 20 aircraft. And then it said 93 bird strikes. So then that means that it was more than 20 aircraft that was damaged, and they lost 20 planes in 6 months. That seems like a real problem that engineers should have been dealt with. You know, that's what I was saying. I don't mean, you know, somebody out there help me out with that. The caption says, local airlines have in the last couple of months lost at least 20 airplanes to multiple bird strikes at airports nationwide. The bird strike, which ranged from minor to severe damage, have led to the aircraft being grounded without foreign exchange liquidity to finance severe engine repairs, The Guardian has learned. That's weird writing. It says, finders earlier showed that the 8 active local airlines are operating at a cumulative 38.77% fleet capacity, with a total of 60 out of 98 listed airplanes grounded, pending the availability of foreign exchange earnings to defray maintenance costs. It sounds like this was like translated, probably was. Let me read some more. It says, yesterday it was learned, there goes that again, that local aviation recorded 93 bird strike incidents in the first half of 2022, out of which 54 occurred at the busiest Murtala Muhammad Airport. Okay, in Lagos. Okay, the head of Bird Wildlife Hazard Control at the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, Ezek Edozie, decried that the high incidence of incidents arising from bird strikes in the industry, which cost the airline several $1 million. This had to be translated. It's so weirdly written. Edozie said, my record shows that we have had at least 93 bird strike incidents in all our airports between January of this year and June. And of this number, 54 of them happened in Lagos Airport alone, which represents about 70% of the total occurrences. We all have to proffer solutions. Offer, it must be offer. We all have to offer solutions to this menace. And I do hope we have a lasting solution to it, because everyone, especially the airline, is losing money. Between 2020 and 2021, there were at least 30 reported cases of bird strikes in the industry. About 19 were on takeoff and another 18 were on landing. And half of these incidents were at the Lagos Airport. Head of Unit Bird Control, FAAN, said was doing its best to curb the spread of the incident through the procurement of modern equipment. Okay. Procurement of modern equipment, what is that? Which he said has gone a long way to reducing its impacts. Eddie Tutu also blamed some of the pilots of the high bird strike rates in the industry, stressing that the pilots were always in a hurry to depart an airport for another and violate the instructions of air traffic controls. Okay, so what is it that they're doing? Are they like, is there like a whole flock of birds there and they should just wait, but they choose not to? Let's read some comments. The comment says, everything is fighting the government, even nature. I don't know. It's just, this kind of just jumps out to me because I'm like, what the hell is going on? They've been flying planes forever. Has this been a problem the whole time? I mean, I would like to know, how many planes worldwide, and in different countries do they lose as a result of birds? And what kind of technology do they have to deal with that? I wonder about that. I wonder. I'm not going to look that up right now. I only care a little bit. Oh, yeah, Kanye's viral again. This is pretty interesting to me because I really love the clip. How, Sway? How, Sway?
With radio host Sway back in 2013. Or why don't you empower yourself and don't need them and do it yourself?
How, Sway?
Take a few steps back to go.
You ain't got the answers, man.
So Sway, almost 10 years ago, said, man, why don't you do it on your own? Was he right?
You know what? I will go ahead and say Sway had the answer.
Directly to consumers, something he argued about with radio host Sway back in 2013.
Or why don't you empower yourself and don't need them and do it yourself?
How, Sway?
Take a few steps back to go.
You ain't got the answers, man.
So Sway, almost 10 years ago, said, man, why don't you do it on your own? Was he right?
You know what? I will go ahead and say Sway had the answer.
Directly to consumers, something he argued about.
So Kanye is in the news anyways, because the reason why they was having the interview is because Kanye pulled his deals or dropped his deals or backed out of his deals with Adidas, and I want to say the Gap, retailers that were distributing his stuff. So now he's gonna try to do that on his own. And so like 10 years ago, that went viral, the interview with Sway on the radio show. And because how obnoxious Kanye was being in the interview. And so what's crazy about it is that 10 years later, you got Kanye apologizing, basically saying, he was right. That's pretty fucking crazy. But, I'm a huge fan of Kanye. And the thing is, how many people out there would actually be like, especially after that moment, it went so viral, so big. And then to come back 10 years later and say, you know what, that dude was right. How many people do you know would do that? How many people do you know? Be honest with yourself. Would you even do that? Would you? He didn't have to say that. He didn't have to say he was right. He didn't have to say that. People would have been like, well, but still, he didn't have to say it. He said it. Brother, this is all over the place, but Brother Ben X was the one who posted this clip. Let me read his caption. He says, the Greeks, they're in the community. When they buy, they go to market as a unit, buy cheaper, sell cheaper, capture the market. We've got to know how capitalism works. It can work for us, but we are not working it as we could if we learned how to. As George Fraser, if you listen to him, he is telling you about linkage, about networking. We don't think like that, brothers and sisters, so we lose. We're so individualistic in our capitalistic mentality. We're always competing. We're always competing, with each other instead of uniting, pooling resources and expanding good for each other. How can we make it better? First, every product that you sell, every product that you create has a base, and you don't control the base of the ingredients that make your product. If somebody that you go to denies you that base, they put you out of business. Elijah Muhammad had the Muhammad Speaks newspaper. You all remember that great news organ of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. But I sat with him and he was telling me how we have to control the root of what we produce. And I think about that from my perspective as a content creator here. So it's like YouTube, like tonight, okay, we're broadcasting on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and Rumble. But I don't have any control over any of those platforms. And the reason why I'm always watching what I say and I'm adjusting how I do things when I do the show is because any one of those platforms, especially YouTube, Facebook too, can just be like, you know what? We're not feeling the content you're producing. So boom, we're just going to delete your channel. So you delete the channel and all the content that came along with it, all the subscribers that go along with it, all the views that go along with it, it all just gone, so they have that power, and that's crazy because, what work did they do to actually freaking, we produced all the content, we did all the work, but then they can come in and just take our stuff because we are using their platform to, get our stuff out there or whatever. So, but then the other part, like what he was saying about the individualistic point of view of things is what's killer, because and how people support brands. You know, they're so loyal to their brands. They're slaves to these brands. So it's like, you know, somebody could come out with an app that's similar to YouTube, but ain't nobody gonna go on it. So then what do? Then you go back to YouTube. It's a damn monopoly. There's a lot of stuff like that needs to be busted up related. It's gonna happen because these tech companies are way too big and strong. They're way too dominant. Google, Facebook, they need to be busted up. And we've done this type of thing in the past. And it's crazy how the society that we live in now, I mean, like the media has got y'all so brainwashed and conditioned and programmed that y'all don't even know, you know, that this is actually laws on the books, you know, for these monopolies to not exist because they're really not good for the overall health of the economy. That's the reason why, you know, when the pandemic happened, you know, we couldn't get masks out. You know, it's the reason why, you know, the markets didn't react the way that they should have, you know, from the pandemic. It's the reason why when the banks crashed, everything went to shit. You know, that when we had the thing with the what was it, the baby formula shortage? That's another example of it. It's the weakness of the market. The market is weak because you have these monopolies controlling these different sectors. So if one of them go kaput or whatever the hell, then boom, we out of there. We don't even have that product. We're looking for it in fucking China or somewhere, or Russia. I know y'all don't hear me. Competition, healthy competition is good for the market. When you don't have that, it's more volatile.
Been through elections which I've lost and many which I've won. When I lost, I called and conceded to my opponent. That is considered to be normal American practice, but not with this former president. He refuses to accept the reality that the American people rejected him, and he's been pushing the big lie ever since. It troubles me greatly that some of my colleagues in the Senate and in the House of Representatives, whom I like and respect, will not speak out against the big lie. In fact, they're silent in that situation when they should be very vocal. This is the fundamental of democracy in America. And I will tell you what Donald Trump is doing is not only an exercise in ego, but it's dangerous to the future of this country. He's a little man with a big ego. I think that's the reality of the situation. I've been through elections which I've lost and many which I've won. When I lost, I called and conceded to my opponent. That is considered to be normal American practice, but not with this former president. He refuses to accept the reality that.
And I don't know if you guys realize how big this really is as far as related to his point on this, as far as like democracy and stability and within a country. You look at what they call third world countries or whatever, and then everyone's always disputing the elections. And what happens? This damn country goes into chaos. It leads to war and all kinds of shit. There's a reason why they have it set up in a way where one side concedes to the other. And it's tradition for a reason to keep the people, because the people are already like, they have a bunch of energy in this election, and then their guy loses, and then like they need something. So then the guy that's the leader of that group that lost, he has to be like, okay, we lost, y'all. I'm conceding. Let's throw our support to the guy who won, so that we can keep all this together, you know. But politics in the States are so polarized, especially now. It's exceptionally now. And so the way things have happened, it's like, okay, my guy lost, and then you're like, no, something must have went wrong. They're cheated. They did something wrong. They miscounted votes or whatever. That's not a legitimate election. Y'all got to hear yourself. So then what's going to happen as a result? You got a huge segment of the society who thinks that the election wasn't legitimate. If the people don't have confidence in the elections, that's going to be chaos. Is that what y'all really want? You know? And then the thing is, they talking about Trump getting robbed. If, you know, the last time I think somebody that really got severely robbed was, what was his name? Jeb. No, not Jeb. Who was it? It was Bill Clinton's vice president. What was his name? Damn it, I'm having a brain fart now. He's the guy who does all of the freaking. He got rich out of it. He got rich out of losing. So I think he's okay with how things turned out. He got a Medal of Honor and all of that shit. Like, or not Medal of Honor. He got the peace, world peace, whatever you call it. I'm drawing a blank because I'm trying to think of his name at the same time while I'm talking. That's why it's better when there's somebody here. But freaking, anyways, Al Gore. Freak, I had to get that. Al Gore, he got robbed. He got totally robbed. The whole thing, he literally, I would go out on a limb and say he won that election. And then it came like he won it. You know, the way that the rules set up, like you could say, you know, they're cheating on both sides. They have been forever, whatever. The thing about the damn people not registered to vote or dead people voting and shit like that, that is not how the cheating happens. That shit doesn't affect elections. You know, there's other ways that affect elections. And I've talked about it before, but besides all of that, it came down to one state, and then they were trying to do recounts for that state, and it looked like Al Gore was going to win, and that was going to give him the whole damn thing. But George W. had the Supreme Court in his pocket. He knew how it was going to go. They took it to the Supreme Court. It went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court made a decision, and it was 5-4. If one of those Supreme Courts would have flipped to the other side, Al Gore would have been the president. The one that they went 5-4 for not doing the recount, which gave George W. Bush the presidency. So that was a rip, because even when you see the interviews or even the concession speech that Al Gore gave, he said, you know, the Supreme Court has spoken. You know, I don't agree with their decision, but I stand behind it, and I'm going to, you know, concede, you know, the election to George W. Bush. And that's what happened. And, you know, what's crazy about that is right after that, 9/11 happened, because people were pissed at George W. at the time. He had a super low rating and super low view. People was like, he not even a legitimate president. And then freaking 2001, 9/11 happened. Boom. Made him a popular star. He ended up doing 2 terms. So the whole history could have went in a different way. You know, if Al Gore would have became president, would we even have had 9/11? Would we even have had Iraq? Would we have had Afghanistan? Who's to say? I don't know. You know, I like to say 2 wings of the same bird. So a lot of that stuff I think would have happened, but things would have been different for sure. Anyways, where y'all at? Let me look at this. I should have came on earlier. I meant to come on earlier, and it just didn't work out. I was doing too much stuff today, and I was tired, man. Anyways, this is what happens when I come on too late. That's why I'm gonna start. I can't push my end time earlier because sometimes I work, and that's why I have it at the time that I do, so that I can make sure that I can get on pretty much regardless of what happens. But I don't know. We're going to figure something out with the times for the show. Let me read this. It says, in order to empathize with someone's experience, you must be willing to believe them as they see it and not how you imagine their experience to be. This stuck out to me. Let me read it again. It says, in order to empathize with someone's experience, you must be willing to believe them as they see it and not how you imagine their experience to be. So it's like, you know, trying to hear someone out, you know, trying to, you know, get into their perspective, you know, or sympathize with their perspective. And I noticed that a lot of people really do not do that because they look at the other person like, oh, you're a pothead or you're a drug addict or or whatever, you know, and I don't have to even try to understand your perspective because whatever it is, it's wrong. So, but then what happens is we have this mindset of, if you agree with me, then you are right. And if you don't agree with me, then you are wrong. And they just simply look at it like that. And but whenever you get to that point where you're thinking like that, that's a problem, because there's a chance that you could be wrong. You're so confident in you of being right and whatever. And but even within the parameters of what the way you look at things, even within your own perspective, you could be wrong. You know, maybe it's something that you're missing, you know. So if you get to that point where, you know, I'm right and you're wrong, and the people that are right agree with me, and if they disagree with me, they're wrong, then you're not allowing yourself to see, you know, what's going on. You know, there could be a chance that you could be all the way off. And the thing is, as you grow and as you learn, your perspective changes. So you think about when you were younger than you are today. Didn't you have views that you are disgusted with today? You're like, oh my God, I can't believe I thought that, you know? So, but then when you get older, you're like, okay, now I got it. I completely understand it, or whatever, da, da, da. So, you know, but then you get older and you look back again and you're like, oh shit, I can't believe I believed that, or I looked at that. So, but when you're in the present moment, you just feel like you're right. You know, I'm right, you're wrong. This is good, that's bad, and I got it worked out. So we forget every time that we, you know, maybe we don't have all the information. Maybe we've been given bad data. Maybe we've been lied to. I sure hate I came on so late. This clip says, it's a post, it says, Colombia President Gustavo Petro presented his excuse to Haiti because Colombian mercenaries assassinated Jovenel Moise. So, hoy le pedí perdón a Haití por el asesinato de su presidente cometido por mercenarios colombianos. So yeah, after it all came out, after they were doing all of the investigations, and Haiti is a mess to this day right now. And it's been like a year since the president's been assassinated. It's a whole huge mess. It was a mess before the president was assassinated, but it's on upper level mess now, you know. And so Colombia. But then it's like, it's funny, it's really cool that the president can be like, you know, hey, that's kind of fucked up, even though he probably had no power over that. And it's like, these are individuals, literally individuals that's just trying to get paid, you know, who got drafted by other, let's say, forces or countries related to that situation. So, but that's how you shield yourself from responsibility, is by you hire private contractors. And the United States does this kind of thing all the time. Even in major wars, you get these private contractors, you know. I think that's the direction we're heading to in a lot of situations with the police, maybe even our military, you know, and domestic situations. So when, you know, the people are in unrest, like let's say what happened with January 6th, when you have the people who work at the Capitol building, the Capitol Police and stuff like that, and they are they sympathize with what the people are not happy with. So then that's an uncomfortable situation for you if you're the powers that be, because that means that your security can switch sides. And it happens. It has happened historically, and it happens over and over and over again, where like even when they talk about coups, the legitimate coups, you know, when the people go against it, and then like their own security sympathizes with them, then you know, you're in big trouble. So what's a way that you could deal with that? You could just bring in people from somewhere else, a whole nother country. Private contractors, they don't have no sympathies for the people of this country, and they're just going to do their job. They're trying to get paid, and that's it. So when there's something like an insurrection or whatever, you know, the people have a problem with the government, these people are private contractors. They could be in the military, they could be security or whatever, and they're from other countries, and they don't have any sympathies to the people that are here. They're just trying to get paid. So when the insurrection or whatever happens, they're going to do their job. You don't have to worry about them flopping sides. But then too, that's crazy because then now you have an occupying force really, because your own government becomes tyrannical, and they're using military and security that's from other countries. So you're domestically being, what's the word? Like taken over, if you will. Man, this show is not going away. This is the clip about what I was saying earlier. President of Iran abandons CNN interview with Amanpour, declines demand to wear a headscarf. Some 40 minutes after the interview was scheduled to start, with Ibrahim Raisi running late, an aide told Christiane Amanpour that Raisi has suggested she wear a headscarf. Oh, we got Deuce. What up, Deuce?
Oh, shit, ain't that much, man.
Same old. Let me read this right here. It says, Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi withdrew from a long-planned interview with CNN's chief international anchor, Christiane Amanpour, at the United Nations General Assembly in New York on Wednesday, after she declined a last-minute demand to wear a headscarf. Amanpour, who grew up in the Iranian capital Tehran and is fluent Farsi speaker, said that she wears a headscarf while reporting in Iran to comply with the local laws and customs. Otherwise, you couldn't operate as a journalist. But she said that she would not cover her head to conduct an interview with an Iranian official outside a country where it's not required. Here in New York or anywhere else outside of Iran, I've never been asked by an Iranian president, and I have interviewed every single one of them since 1995, either inside or outside of Iran, never been asked to wear a headscarf, she said on CNN Thursday morning. So, anyways, if you don't know the background of this, it's the whole thing with the headscarf thing is causing riots. Iran is a mess right now. They're fighting police. They're protesting. People are dying. The women are cutting their hair and burning their headscarves. What you think about that? I need to catch my breath.
Shit, the women are tired of being oppressed, dude. Being oppressed, told what to do by men who don't respect them, for one. You know, they're tired of it. They're fed up.
Yep. And what I was saying was, this is happening around the world. You know, and it's not just women, it's the people. The people are frustrated because, see, it's not in this protest that's happening in Iran, it's not just women. It's the people. And they're just, you know, like I say, you know, you can oppress people and keep your boot on their neck for so long, and after a while people just lose it. And they don't care no more. They're willing to die. You know? So what do you do? How can you control a person that don't even care if they die?
Yeah.
You can't control that. So they're pushing these people to this, and this is where we're at. We got a huge powder keg around the globe that's just waiting for the spark.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm all stuffy. I wonder how Pat feels. Do you feel better?
Oh yeah, I hadn't talked to him. You know, I thought he was in here, bro. I didn't even look. I'm driving. I ain't even looked at the screen.
Yeah, not right now. He's probably listening. Yeah. So, did you see the video I sent? Your man, that's your boy. Black to Africa video.
No, I haven't watched any videos today.
Okay, yeah, I sent that earlier today, so that's real recent. But anyways, I want to talk about that. We're gonna get into it. Let me see if it's another clip in here. What'd you see on the news? Oh, before I go into it, I have to talk about Trump and the lawsuit. What do you think about that? You know what I'm talking about? Maybe I could pull up a short
Charges.
video. The lawsuit for Trump and his immediate family.
Oh, okay. Who's suing them? The U.S.
Yeah. Freak, I thought you heard about that, man. That's the whole news cycle right now. It says New York Attorney General files civil fraud lawsuit against Trump and some of his children and his businesses. Let's look for a little clip here, because there's so many clips now. MSNBC. Man, everybody, this is on everything. This is everywhere. Can I play something? There's something going on. Everybody's talking about this right now. Like, this is everywhere. I don't want to freaking... I'm looking for something good. It's too much. It's too much. I had some news. I'd rather it be a news clip. Hold on. The National. Let's see about this one. This one might be good. Let's see. Let me see. Stop share. Share screen. Give me a second, y'all. Donald Trump.
Donald Trump as a lying, thieving, phony. The allegations against him today were blunt, forceful, and detailed.
I'm announcing that today we are filing a lawsuit against Donald Trump for violating the law as part of his efforts to generate profits for himself, his family, his company.
New York Attorney General Letitia James today after a 3-year investigation into alleged actions she calls staggering.
To unjustly enrich himself and to cheat the system, thereby cheating all of us.
On the values of multiple Trump properties from Mar-a-Lago to Trump Tower, even his own apartment, she says there's clear evidence he repeatedly misled banks and government departments, bringing reduced taxes and better bank rates.
Statements of financial condition greatly exaggerated, grossly inflated, objectively false, therefore fraudulent and illegal.
Trump's adult children are also named, so too others in his organization. Among other penalties, the civil suit seeks at least $250 million. And it's worth noting, despite Trump having so far survived myriad other investigations, mostly unscathed, civil suits come with a lower legal threshold for authorities to prove. Meanwhile, Trump's own former attorney general today pushed back on Letitia James.
It's hard for me not to conclude it's a political hit job. And this is a woman who campaigned for office saying that, promising she was going to go after Trump.
Still, for the former president, it's a major slap coming just weeks before the midterms and as he considers taking another run for the White House. Trump himself today called the lawsuit another witch hunt. Paul Hunter, CBC News, Washington.
Yeah, so what do you think?
My next story is
I believe it. They just fucking with him, dude.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, they just fucking with him. They're trying to do whatever they can to stop him.
Yeah. Well, this particular one, because of its nature, I think he's gonna have to pay. I don't think he's gonna be able to beat this. This one is solid. But this is not like he's gonna go to jail. This is a civil suit, you know. So they're suing for damages. I think they're gonna win this one. I think they're gonna get him on this one.
He'd be all right.
Yeah, I was just about to say I don't know how much it's really gonna affect him. Really, you know, he's gonna have to pay. He's gonna come out the pocket, but you know, when it's all said and done, probably the amount that he'll have to pay will probably be way less than whatever they're talking about. You know,
Yeah.
he'll probably pay. He'll rather pay in lawyer fees. He'll pay a whole bunch in lawyer fees so that he ends up not paying so much at the end. And that's, I think that's what will happen. He'll lose, but he'll end up not paying nearly as much as they're asking for.
Man, Trump ain't tripping. Trump say niggas get shot every day, B. I'll be all right.
Yep. And if he wins the presidency, this election is going to be something right here, bro. This is going to be something. We got on the Republican side, we got Trump, DeSantis, and Abbott. There's another name out there I can't think of right now. And then you on the other side, you got Biden may not run. That's what the rumors are. And like me and Pat been saying for the longest is that we didn't think that Biden wanted to run and wanted to be in there anyways. You know, he might just throw in the towel, bro. I think that's what's gonna happen. I really do, because they're already hinting on it. So then what's gonna happen? So then that means that there's gonna be a primary, you know, and they'll probably have to throw Kamala Harris in there. But if there's a primary, then she's gonna have to earn her spot. And anything can happen. So it could be some other Democrat that ends up. This would be it wouldn't be unprecedented, but it would be not normal in recent times in United States politics. But it could totally happen where it'd be like a primary on the Democratic side, and maybe Kamala Harris don't even win because people don't like her. I could totally see her not winning, and then it'd be someone else. So it'll be someone else versus Trump, possibly.
Shit, what has she done to make people like her? Nothing, in my opinion. Shit.
I don't like her. And
that
I think
black girl magic shit went out the window, cuz.
Yep, it went out the window after the damn primaries. So fucking but they know, and that's why they've been hiding her, it seems like. But what's crazy though, you know, the vice president is always behind the scenes doing a bunch of shit. So I'm willing to bet that she's behind the scenes doing a bunch of shit. So, but as far as being a face of everything, they're taking that away because they know that people don't really like her. But then once they package a package and make it look pretty, they can do that. And they're really good at marketing, so they can market it. And it's going to have to be a female, and maybe a female of color, because it's all about the identity politics, because that's what gets people out to the polls nowadays. So if it's not Kamala Harris, then maybe it'll be another black woman. I really wouldn't be surprised that what's her name from Georgia? What is her name? The chubby chick. She never said anything about running for president. She hasn't. And I think she's coming up. What's happening with her? She's finna run for something. Or she already ran for something. I done forgot, because I didn't detach myself from the politics, like the local politics as much. I kind of be looking at global politics more now. So, but I want to say her. She's a name that could totally fall in there and end up being the one on the Democratic side, or someone like
They
her.
say the local politics is what you should pay attention to, because that's where your immediate change can come.
Yeah, Yeah, I make that argument all the time, but that's like local within your region, like your community, your city or whatever, your town. But you know, and I'm in Texas. I'm not in freaking Georgia,
Yeah,
so
well,
that
you know,
wouldn't be. But I be talking about national politics a lot. So, but then you know, like I say, I done lost interest a little bit on it, and I just be looking at global politics a lot more now. Because it's more interesting. This stuff here in the States is interesting, but it's like I don't know. I used to be way more into it. I'm just not as I was before.
I got you.
Anyways, I want to get into this other stuff. Let me see. Let's play a little bit more on Trump.
Is about Donald Trump, the former president of the United States. He has been sued for financial fraud. The lawsuit has been filed by Letitia James, the Attorney General of New York. She has accused him of deflating his net worth to avail tax and benefits and minimize his bills. She says he lived a decade of deception through, quote unquote, art of the steal. What's worse, the charges also involve his 3 adult children. And if convicted, they could all face a 5-year ban from doing business, something that could essentially end the Trump business empire. The Trump family has called these charges politically motivated. But are they? Here's a detailed report.
He left office in 2021, humiliated and disgraced.
Great honor, the honor of a lifetime, the greatest people in the world, and the greatest home in the world. I call it a home.
20 months and a litany of lawsuits later, Donald Trump is still dodging bullets. He faces lawsuits, accusations, and investigations. The latest charge involves his family, too. 3 of his adult children. 44-year-old Donald Trump Jr., 40-year-old daughter Ivanka Trump, and 38-year-old son Eric Trump. They've all been sued for financial fraud, large-scale illegal activities, and subversion of law. The lawsuit has been filed by Letitia James, the Attorney General of New York. She says the Trump family deflated their net worth to minimize their tax bills. She described it as a decade of deception. Listen to this.
Mr. Trump and the Trump Organization repeatedly and persistently manipulated the value of assets to induce banks to lend money to the Trump Organization on more favorable terms than would otherwise have been available to the company, to pay lower taxes, to satisfy continuing loan agreements, and to induce insurance companies to provide insurance coverage for higher limits and at lower premiums. This conduct was all in violation of Executive Law, Section 6312.
The charges are serious if they get proven by law. The penalties could be lethal and wide-ranging. For starters, Trump may have to pay $250 million in damages. 2, his family could face a 5-year ban on participating in any real estate transactions. 3, his family could get barred from serving as directors of any New York corporation. These restrictions could bring doom to the Trump empire. They could spell the end of his family's many business interests, because this lawsuit will invite more criminal proceedings. Courtesy the New York Attorney General. She also plans to file a criminal referral to federal prosecutors in Manhattan, and a separate tax fraud referral to the Revenue Service, IRS. These referrals will subject the Trump family to a no-holds-barred probe. Here's why.
Claiming you have money that you do not have does not amount to the art of the deal. It's the art of the steal.
Oh my God!
And there cannot be different rules for different people in this country or in this state. And former presidents are no different.
They do take people to jail for
So
this
today
though.
we are making good on that promise, on our commitment. Because no one is above the law.
The lawsuit has rattled Trump. He's calling it a witch hunt, and the lady behind it a racist. In a post on his website, Truth Social, he had this to say about the Attorney General. I never thought this case would be brought up until I saw her really bad poll numbers. She's a fraud who campaigned on a Get Trump platform, despite the fact that the city is one of the crime and murder disasters of the world under her watch. A classic Trump counter. But does it act?
Why are they playing that music in the background? Anyways, I don't know though. You know, at the end of the day, you have to look at the United States from a perspective of not the United States. If you were from outside the United States, you're looking at this and it's like, okay, where our leaders are all corrupt and getting, you know, this is what we talk about, third world countries. You know, they're always under investigation. They're corrupt. They're, you know, crime families. Isn't that what we say about the freaking third world countries?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, we say that all the time as it pertains to them.
Yeah, so how do we look? Do we not look like a third world country, quote unquote?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can say that, and you know, depending on how you look at it, you know, if you're looking at it in that manner, you know, or if you look, you know, I mean, because there may be people in other countries that actually like Trump, and you know, and may be saying the very same thing, that it's a political move. So
Yeah, I'm sure it is. I mean, I'm sure it is. But at the end of the day, I think that's beside the point. I think we need to look at the state of our politics, of our electoral system. You know, take a look at what's going on. You know, instead of getting caught up in these details, we could be like, well, hold on, let's take a step back. You know, we're looking like a third world country. Can we get this? You know, can we get the people to have confidence in our elections? You know what? And that's one of the things that I was screaming about this before. I'm like, and it takes my breath away because it's common sense and it's not a part of the damn discourse on this topic. Is like, okay, so Trump is like, look, the election was wrong, it was rigged or whatever, it was messed up, they cheated me, I'm really the legitimate president or whatever. So what I was saying earlier in the video is that that's a problem right there off top, is because that shakes even more people's confidence in the elections and so forth and so on. And this leads to war and disabled fucking countries. You know what I mean? It literally could lead to us falling apart. But then let's talk about the flip side. The flip side, the common sense answers to this that no one's talking about is increasing the freaking integrity of our elections, right? You know, having systems that people are more confident in, updating the voting machines, or maybe have a voting app or something like that. Something that's straight, you know, no one can really argue with or whatever. You know, some foolproof, something that people are confident in, you know?
yeah.
Or at
I
the
think
very
that the election should be electronic, you know, like if they're gonna do, like, say for instance they're gonna do like a, you know, the mail-in ballots, you know, why not mail like a little tablet thing, you know, or something, or some type of little, you know, like one of those little devices that they use at restaurants, and you got option 1 or 2, you know, or option however many presidents can run at the time or whatever, and you select that, you know, and
it's foolproof. Like you got to put
yeah,
your
it's foolproof.
ID or your freaking fingerprint and your, I don't know, all kinds of ways to make sure that it's a real person that's doing it, and you can verify who they are. You know,
But beyond the whole election thing, bro, we need to focus more on the real situation at hand, because at the end of the day, fuck these presidents. You know, fuck these motherfuckers in Congress that have made a career out of this shit, that's sitting there dying in their fucking office and ain't doing shit for the people. You know, the president don't truly have any power. They don't run shit. You know what I'm saying? You got all these motherfuckers sitting up there on the Senate and Congress and all of that, that's, you know, putting all this shit in effect, and and these motherfuckers that's running, you know, they're not doing it to help, or putting things in place to help anybody of color. And when I say color, I'm not just talking about black people. You know, I'm talking about the other minorities in this country, the underserved people. You know, ain't no fucking changes happening. These motherfuckers are telling you, "Oh, you vote for me, I'm doing this, I'm doing that," and they can't do it, bro. Like, they can't do it. You know, it's a you go up there to Washington, bro. It's a bitching match on both fucking sides. They can't even fucking agree to disagree with each other. So how in the fuck can they run the country? How in the fuck could they even begin to give a fuck about us?
exactly.
You know,
So
so
that's the
it's like
reason
I
why.
don't really give a fuck about that shit no more. It's like, man, fuck that. Get all these motherfuckers out of there and start over. You
Well,
know,
that won't fix it either, because the system in place will just filter in more people like the ones that was before, because the corporations are really the ones that's running the show. You got the lobbyists, you got the money. You know, it's the money in politics. It's, you know, it costs money to run an election. If you can't run video ads, radio ads, and, you know, billboards and stuff, then you can't win. You're not going to win. So it doesn't matter how good your message is, you're not going to win. So and they know this.
I feel
So
like they need to take that shit. That shit that's way out of pocket. These motherfuckers earning millions of dollars for a fuck. Man, dog, get back to the grunt work like motherfuckers did back in the day. You know what I'm saying? You know, it don't, you know, my thing is, hey, an election is coming up. You know, how about we have these radio stations or radio networks or whatever, you know, donate or put our tax dollars towards that, to donate time for these people to get out here and speak. You know, are these fucking these news outlets like Fox and all of these families, that, because Fox is a family-owned fucking network. You know what I'm saying? I want to say the family that owned it are the Murdochs. You know what I'm saying? But like, you know, take that shit out of there. You know what I'm saying? This whole thing about this whole popularity contest, fuck the popularity, because just because a motherfucker is popular don't mean that they are a good fucking human being. Don't mean that they have good core values. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, people got to get off of that bullshit. We got to break down these walls of this classism fucking society that we have, bro. And look
yeah,
at a
but
motherfucker for who they truly are and
yeah,
what
but
can they truly do.
again, that comes back and points to the problem of the capitalist system and profit above everything. Because what you're saying would make a lot of sense. You know, at the radio station, they don't have to charge you $1 million for 3 seconds clips. You know what I'm saying? They don't have to do that. And they could still be making their profit on whatever other ads, and they could donate time, space, you know, for elections and stuff like that, so that smaller people can get their voices heard. But guess what's going to be in the way of that? Fucking profit. It's this capitalist system of profit over everything is going to result in that. And that's the reason why everything is fucked up. You see, we talked about the healthcare system and how fucked up it is. Well, it's fucked up because profit is over people. You look at the political system, that's what we're talking about right now. It's fucked up because it's all profit over people. Politicians are fucking trading stocks with insider information that they got. You know, they're making a killing. They're getting all the money from these lobbyists, pay them to write laws that benefit their corporations. It's about making money. So if it's about making money, then it doesn't matter what we do. We can get rid of all of those politicians and get new ones in there, and then we're gonna have the same results.
Well, in other words, there's no checks and balances.
At all. At
Nobody's
all.
checking, spot checking, double checking, watching motherfuckers, making sure that they're, yeah.
At all, because especially here in the States, money, you can give somebody money and they're gonna look the other way. That's the American way. You line the pockets. It's like somebody was telling me about how they went to, this dude was talking about going to I think he was talking about the Philippines, and how the cops, like, they pulled him over or whatever, and then they give him one of those little passport envelope things, but it's empty. They hand it to him. He puts money in the envelope, in the passport thing, and then he passes it back to the cop. And then the cop says, "Okay, have a good day." Da da da. You drive away. So if you know the game, then that's what you do. And it's like the same thing somebody was telling me about in like Mexico. It was like they were driving back from Mexico, and the police pulled them over or whatever. And again, just give them some money. So, but then from the outside, you discreetly give them money. So from the outside, it just looks like the cop is doing legitimate business for somebody who's just walking by, driving by, or something. But the money is what pays the way, So, but then if you don't have that money, problems. Now we got to go by the law. So let me see your paperwork, and are you legitimate? What is going on? Matter of fact, let me check what you got in the back. You got some shit in the back in the trunk. What you got back there? Now I got to do my damn job. Cause I might find something I can steal from your ass anyways.
But yeah, but there we go again. We're talking about countries that's not even the U.S. Right? So, that shit is practiced everywhere. So, so now the question is, how do we fix it? How do we overturn? Because I don't think getting out there and voting for the most popular motherfucker in office is the best way to fix it.
Yeah, that's why I've kind of been, I still cover politics and talk about it and stuff, but that's why I've been kind of moving away from it. And I was watching the video, and they're saying that there's a vibe that's going on, a feeling that's going on, where people are kind of moving away from politics and kind of moving into activisms, because people are so frustrated with the political system, and they see that it's inept and it's not gonna fix any problems. At the best hope you can get out of politics is incremental change, and we are in a state where incremental change is the same as not making any change at all. It's not, we need dramatic changes for things to be improved. We need whole systems to be revamped and redone. Some of these systems need to be thrown out of the window, and we need to just go back to the drawing board on some of this stuff. That's just how I feel about it, So again, there's an energy that's pushing towards activism. So, like, the answer is not profit over people. Some things like the healthcare industry, you shouldn't have a bunch of profit in the healthcare industry for it to function properly. The goal of the healthcare should be to have healthy people. So if that's the goal, then that's not profit.
Yeah, I know ultimately, bro, like, and I hate to sound fucked up, but I don't know no other way to say it. But I know that there is people out here that need like major life changing surgeries. So this surgery could change their life, and they don't have the money for it, and they're gonna ultimately, they're probably gonna die. And and it's just, but at the same time, I guess I've been blessed to, like, like, I've had doctors, I've heard that, I've been like, I have, my situation with my biological mom, and her ordeal, her hard life, and you know, fuck, I've been in every hospital in the city of Houston with this woman, you know, and they tell her, like, these doctors, like, tell her the same thing, like, literally try to preach it into, like, they have got her into non-profit places to try to help her and this and that. So I say that to say this, man. A lot of our shit, like, we know that this system is rigged against us. We know that it's for profit. We know that they're not going to give us the proper care or surgery that we may need. So if you have somebody that's fair warning you, saying, hey, man, you know, do a little exercise, cut back on eating this type of food or this or that, you know, like, we got to take heed to that shit, bro, because we know at the end of the day, this shit is against us. You know what I'm saying? That's just like Pat is a testimony. You know, he shared his story, how his liver functions were extremely low, you know, and how it could be very detrimental to his health, you know, and he started taking that approach. Not saying that he's perfect and he get it right all the time, but he started taking that approach. He started taking heed because he understands, like, hey, man, if I don't do this shit, it's a possibility that I could die. And then on top of that, he could have the money. I don't know if liver transplant is a such thing, but he could have the money for a new liver. But is there?
I don't want nobody filthy liver.
You know how? Oh, I didn't even know you was in here. But yeah, man, like, who's to say that they're gonna find a match readily available for him? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, we have to, like, we can't always just, and that's what I hear a lot of times when I hear people talk about this type of stuff. They're always pointing the finger at the system, but nobody talks about the fact that they're not willing to start making the changes at home, you know, from within. You know what I'm saying? And that's where it starts, you know what I'm saying? Because you got to be solid. You got to have a solid foundation at the home base before you can go out and fight anything. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with that, but it's just that, you know, we don't have a preventative system. We have a punitive system,
nigga,
literally.
We have
but
common sense
we have to
knowledge,
be our
bro.
own. Exactly, we have to be our own system. Like that's
Like,
what it's, because I mean, and I believe like everything that Deuce is saying right now is that we can't be stupid enough to think that, you know, like, because just because the system is built the way it is, don't mean that we have to continue just doing what they, you know, set up for us. Like, we have to find different ways. There are things called naturopathic medicines, that there's things that we don't have to go get you know, their pharmaceuticals every time. You know, sometimes it might be, you know, get your ass out there and walk. Sometimes it's, you know, get you some, you know, vitamins D or what, you know, whatever it is that's gonna help you do that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just, all right, you're not gonna, if you're not willing to make the change on your own, it doesn't matter what the doctors say.
Yeah.
You know, it really doesn't matter what anybody says, because you're not gonna change anything anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, and
So
the damn TV, the media is telling us it's okay, go eat, and then they poisoning all the damn food.
yeah, but that's for the suckers. That's the ones that, you know, believe the hype. When, you know, when you smart enough, when you know, like, I mean, for you to have the conversation that, hey, you know, the system is screwed up, you know that it ain't meant for you, like, you're somewhat ahead of the game, but you still gotta be willing to say, okay, so what can I do that is not gonna send me down that road? You know what I'm saying? Like, there are other solutions, and Google, you know, even you know, even though it's a part of their system, you can go through that and find alternative ways.
Well,
But
it's
you
a
probably got somebody, you probably got a friend or somebody that's gonna probably suggest some things to you that, you know, is like, oh man, he always on that old black power, you know, this, that, whatever. But, you know, a lot of times, you know, they halfway crazy, believe me. I know, I mean, I'm one of them. But at the same time, you know, they still have some value to pass on to you.
Yeah, so I'm an hour and a half into the show, and I haven't really talked about the main thing I wanted to talk about, which was the show. I was on the show earlier today on Black to Africa channel. Pretty cool, man. I feel like it was a great opportunity. That's why I named the show "Your Man, Not Your Boy," because that's his catchphrase when he does the show.
Yeah. Yes, I heard it. Yeah.
I love that. You know, I've been following this guy. I don't know how long it's been. It's been some years. I've been watching his stuff. He's like,
Yeah.
and he always comes in, your man, it's your man, not your boy.
Hmm. Yeah, I caught that earlier when I, was listening to it, and I thought it was a great show. I never heard of him before. His face looks familiar, but I don't think I've ever seen this show before.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Yeah, that's cool though. So then I introduce you to this guy and check his stuff out. I don't agree with everything you say. It's just like anybody else I freaking follow, bro. Like it's so crazy that we
Nobody
have
has.
to.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, it's just crazy how everybody feels like you gotta agree with the people, everything that they say to get information from them, because he's like, he's on that kind of like Pan African shit, like Marcus Garvey shit. He's like, move to Africa, So that's
Well,
see the
he's drank all of the Kool-Aid, and for some people, hey, if you're looking for a way, looking for that kind of an out or whatever, look, more power to you, Brian. But for me, I'm 10 toes deep in America. Like that's just, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't mind going to visit these places. Excuse me, but for me to, just up and just forget everything that's going on here when I know that I have a purpose to, help make change here. Because I mean, once we can make the change here, the rest of the world will be in a better place. So
I agree with you wholeheartedly, Pac, because I feel like it's kind of like running away from the problem, running away from the fight. But I also sympathize with those who, because having a house over there or something, I think would sound cool as fuck, bro. Like things get too hot, you just jump ship.
well, and that's that's fine, and because I actually, like I can go to Nigeria and live pretty damn good. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. So, like, it's the balance that we have to find within ourselves as far as fighting the good fight and, knowing when to freaking just take your L and protect your family as best you can.
I think I wouldn't if I go Texas, just get my I will do something because I mean just it's something that keeps pushing me to feel like I have to do something. I'm meant to reach somebody somewhere, or maybe a few somebody somewhere to either change their heart, or maybe it's to even kick their ass and delete them. I don't know, but I'm compelled to make change here.
Yeah,
I
feel you.
So.
I wholeheartedly feel you. I wholeheartedly feel you because, it's a war, man. Every time I see somebody, a family member, especially like black men, when they pass away, it'll just be from whatever happens. But a lot of times it's before their time, and the way I look at it, it's like it's another soldier down, man. So, but if you leave and go to Africa, there goes another soldier gone.
Yeah, well, I think that most people who do leave, they probably wouldn't fight in the first place because, some of these rich people that can jump up and go. A lot of times, I mean, they're not gonna do nothing. No way. They've already barricaded themselves. Even if they were here, they wouldn't get out and actually, fight with the people. They're gonna, have all of their stash and themselves barricaded in some place, and they'll be fine for months or a year or so in there.
But I feel like even if these people not willing to fight, I feel like their existence is the resistance. Like their existence is, is fighting.
Yes.
Yeah.
But see, and that's the thing. Like, I think it's in our blood, especially like Americans, to be the front line on many situations. Black Americans, for the most part, that that's fighting for righteousness, because like without us, like the changes that happen around the world usually follows some of the things that we've done. You know what I'm saying? So, and then people want to be here because of that, type of protection that we've, given, giving people, all people, because it's not, we're not setting up protections just for other black people. I mean, shoot, we make the way for Asians, we make the way for Hispanics, we make the way, like, even other white people, I would say. Any type of minority has benefited from our work, our ancestry. So
what do you think about the whole woman king thing?
why couldn't it just be a queen? Like my thing, the way it just started out, like that was one of my first issues. It's like, why can't she just be a queen? That's my first, because I don't know, maybe I'm missing something. I haven't actually seen the movie. I'm going solely based on what I'm hearing everybody else say. So I have not seen the movie. But the first thing I do have to ask is, why isn't she just a queen? Because I mean, now you're talking about a woman queen. Now we're gonna have to also throw up there the suggestion that there's a male queen.
It's so confusing, and I agree with you on that. And I haven't seen the movie either. And at some point, I think I'll probably check it out just so I can know what's up. The Woman King, it's
Viola Davis.
Viola Davis. It's kind of I want to say it's not a spinoff from the Black Panther movie, but I think it's inspired by it.
It is somewhat of out of that same line, like because of the success of Black Panther, they came up with this, and it's just a rendition of it, like the expectations from this movie is what they want to get the same kind of response that they got from Black Panther.
But this one is based on a true story, and it's about a tribe that was freaking, selling black people into slavery to the Europeans.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a lot to that, because I mean, honestly, that's probably, it may not have been, totally Africans, but then again, it was. I mean, really, what I'm saying, the history. A lot of times we don't want to accept that our own faults, because even if we look at certain time periods, the people that were still in power, whether it was in Europe, Africa, or even in America, were black people. All the way up to into the 1700s and even 1800s. Like Africa didn't get colonized until the 1800s.
Let me play. Did you catch? You said you caught the video. You caught the part where I was in there, right? That's what's important.
Oh yeah, I watched the whole thing. Yeah,
yeah.
I loved it, bro. I loved it. It was great, and I think you brought perspective that nobody else there was like. The dude, the filmmaker, not the host, but because he said he studied film, but the other guy that was talking about going to Africa with him, I think like you kind of shut him the fuck up to some extent.
Yeah, man.
You know, without being rude. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think he was kind of like, you know, because everything you said was on point.
Yeah, and I did. One of the things I didn't like was it seemed like they was bashing on the women, but then you had the woman that came in. I thought she was gonna, kind of back up the women perspective, but then she didn't. And the second woman, and I was like, wow, I really wanted to rebuttal some of the stuff she said.
No, I think she did. I think you're talking about the light skinned woman.
No, the other one, the third woman that came on.
A minute, the third one.
The one that started talking about religion and talking about
oh no.
Yeah, that one.
Nah, she kind of flew off the hinges for me. I was like,
that's what I'm saying. I really wanted to rebuttal her. I really wanted to. I was he didn't even have me on mute. I could have jumped in there, but I wanted to respect his show.
Yeah, that was one thing I was saying. Like, you know what? I gotta ask Chaka, like when I interrupt, is that okay? Because everybody was so respectful, and I'm not, always, what I'm saying. I'm like, I always got some shit to say in the middle of the damn.
Yeah, it was hard for me, but I definitely didn't want to be like interrupting a woman when we're talking about this whole situation about like the women and like patriarchy, condo, whatever. So I totally didn't want to be trampling on a woman, jumping in on her and like.
I think it's healthy sometimes. I mean, at least so people can still know what testosterone feels like. You know what I'm saying? When it's in the building, like, it's clear where it's at. You know what I'm saying? But I hear you, bro. I mean, everybody had restraint when it came to that. So it's probably good that I did not, because there was so many things that I would have been like, hey, look, I don't know about that. That's some bullshit,
Yeah. But you could see in the facial expressions of some of the people on the show, that's what was cool. Like, even when like some people were talking and they would maybe say something that was like kind of crazy, nobody said anything, but you could see in people's facial expressions like,
shit, you might be able to look up old girl. I don't know how she is, but she seemed like she was melting in her seat when she heard you talk.
Yeah, I saw that too. I peeped that too. I love it. That's what I'd like to do is like these type of intellectual ass conversations, and obviously that chick was enjoying it too, and we were kind of feeding off each other. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let me play.
That nigga head up. That nigga gonna be searching, scouring social media tonight looking for it.
Let me play some of this.
Oh, for real? Well, you need to go back on YouTube and look on the internet too and see the interviews of what the cast did and the people were talking, and the black sisters that talking to them. Come on, I was so motivated. I was so encouraged. Encouraged to do what? Go fight something? What were you encouraged? Please tell me. What were you encouraged to do? What? It made you realize who you are or something? The link is in the chat. Call in. On the surface of things, it was an entertaining movie. On a spiritual sense of things, I'm sorry. It was a mess. It had so many messes. It was, like I said, the movie was for the woman. But it created odds against the man, the black man. And the white man was the one who got the attention, the heart of the sister. She didn't fall in love with no black man. She broke ranks going to see the white guy. And then the sister has a disrespect for the king and does her own thing. And then the brother who's sitting there talking to.
Go ahead.
Let me say this real quick, because while I'm thinking about it, because like I think that because I've run across some women that in my life that I knew it early on in life and seeing them later, and they were very much traumatized by different things that's happened in between the time that I was dealing with them and when I'm seeing them again. And I think that they don't realize, like, because just like anything else, like people that's close to you can hurt you more than anybody else. So it's kind of like the black on black crime thing. We never hear it this way, but white on white crime, Asian on Asian crime. Like it's gonna happen more with people like you and that's around you. So the people that has hurt you probably does, share the same culture or experience or type of they probably, for black people, let's say it's gonna be another black person. Not to say that this is not the same stuff that's happening in other people's culture. Like, there's many stories that we've seen in movies where, glorified moments of history that they put white people in there, but it's a black person's story. So if a lot of times that's one of the things that you can say is very significant about these movies, is that if they're gonna put a negative light, they're gonna find all the black people that they need and pay with whoever they need to get these people in a movie. And if it's something that's going to be glorified, they're going to find some, usually some light-skinned people, white people usually, that's going to get the glorification for being that type of person. So that's one thing that I think that he, in his monologue, where he kind of didn't address, is that, when it comes down to it, we don't really get the glorification roles. We get something that's gonna that's harmful in most cases. That's why I really want us to do more of our own movie stories and able to use the same science that they use, against us, but for us.
That's a great idea right there, and we need more of that. It's funny how the ones that break free in Hollywood doing like black movies, it tends to be toxic stuff,
Mm-hmm.
not uplifting. Like,
because I mean, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, how hip hop was back in the day and how they corrupted that, and now like the popular music is rap music now, and it's like it's so toxic. But the heart of it, and when I was coming up, a lot of the music was really uplifting, positive.
Hell yeah! I mean, shit, we had so many variations of hip hop. Because I mean, we had comedic. You remember Weird Al Yankovic?
Yeah.
Shit, we had parody rap. We had like you could have like all kinds of, macking on a chick type of rap. You got, fight the power, the beat. I mean, we had every kind of different hip hop but now everything is just alike.
Yep.
It kills me, bro. Like,
and it all sound the same. The beats sound the same. They all saying the same stuff, really not saying anything. And, it's all about fun and drugs and sex, and basically that's it.
Pretty much. Yep, pretty much drugs and killing each other, and the ops or whatever. All this, like, I can't listen to it no more. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I can't allow. Like my son might hear some of the stuff because he can talk. Oh yeah, they got this new song. And I was like, oh yeah, okay. And of course, I have my hey, well, this is some. It's some bullshit, right? It's like, what? I was like, yeah, all right, as long as you know. And
TikTok got a lot of power, man, and they driving a lot of the music. A lot of the hit songs become hits from TikTok.
Mm-hmm. I could see that.
Let me play some more of this guy.
To the woman king, he was saying, you go talk to the king in secrecy. So there was a little odds against him and her. To me, it's division. Let somebody comes in. The Jughead won. Take yourself off mute, brother.
My brother Gilbert, welcome, brother, from the UK. Hip hop, Ghana, Beauty, brother. Butler, green as you, sir. Yeah, go black. Fantastic commentary. Thank you for your support, brother, because I'm so upset with that garbage that we sold you. Look, Dr. John Henry Clark mentioned before he passed away, about the bastards of history. Actually mentioned them before he passed away. The mulattoes that betrayed Dessalines, who said Louverture, those ones that sold Africans. In the 15th century, 1500s, the Portuguese were selling up and down, West Africa, the 1500s. Taking back off Africa to mainland, to the islands of Africa, like Cape Verde, and raping them. Their offspring was that were selling blacks. All this nonsense that we sold you, we captured you and traded, but we didn't sell like you support. The currency was no currency, there was no dollars. Sold them for what currency? What was the currency? Nonsense. Yeah, we captured it, and Nigerian percent. I apologize. We owe you too, but Europeans started well. Arabs first, the Europeans started it. Don't forget the Arabs. People always blame the Africans. Why did Europe and the Arabs? People always blame the Africans. Why the mulattoes, the Africans, or the Arabs? And why always forget the Arabs? And they're still doing it in Sudan and Mali and even Libya now.
It's kind of hard to understand him, I think, a little bit, but his argument, a lot of people use this argument, and I don't like it. I don't like that argument where they try to slavery, because it was a guy I was talking to at work, and he was like, we were talking about reparations, and he said, before we talk about reparations, y'all need to talk to the Arab countries, talk to them first, Well,
look, I'm gonna tell you something, bro. No, the biggest problem is not having history really put into context, because all of those people that you're talking about, Africans and Arabs, were just as black as some of the sub-Saharan Africans. Like we're talking about people with the same genealogy, but just lived in different areas and was fighting over different resources like that. I think people really miss the whole fact, because I mean, all right, when you start to see the real history that the life form began in America, and then everything pushed around from that. So America is the first landmass out of the waters, and then people migrate for whatever reason, whether it's because of weather changes or because of land depletion, like soil depletions. Like they had different reasons for migrating, but then they end up over into Africa. They end up in Asia, up into Europe, and everywhere on the planet. They've moved in that kind of. But of course, as civilizations grow, they learn technologies and all this and that. They just kind of move freely. So I mean, almost like what you see now. So black people, even a lot of white people, have the same blood. So when we talk about Europeans, we have to specifically say,
you got to talk about it in a time frame to understand it. That's what you're saying, because
without a time frame, you are totally lost. You're not
totally lost, because you could just say European, and I could be like, okay, well, what the hell are you talking about? Like, really?
Yeah, because most people say, yeah, the Europeans, whatever. Was like, well, you're halfway right, but what do you mean? Like what what I'm saying? Like, I have to dig deep, because I wonder if they even really understand. Because yeah, you could say European all day, which you'll be right to some extent, but you don't know that that's one of your cousins.
Yeah, depending on the time frame. And the argument of the Arabs, is
Arab is not a real race or anything. Like, Arabs, end up being people who traverse the world. Like they might move back and forth, but they, Arab is not a freaking, like a race.
Right. And people think of it as it, and it is thought it's this European this colonized as way of looking at shit. It's so it simplifies everything, and then it just makes everybody white
people bad and black people suffer.
or
Like,
whatever. Yeah.
yeah,
And so, but even though the argument, even though the argument is dumb, but even before the argument being dumb, it's like those guys did it. That you sound like a little kid. Even before you start saying your dumb argument.
no, I mean, because most people that's having that type of argument, they don't realize how slow they are, and how far behind they are with information. And I was watching that earlier. Watching this. I think I shared it with some people. The whole was that Black Magic 363 had the guy kind of I think Kuremo, I forgot how you pronounce his name, Kuremo or Aha, and because of his skin color, they think that he's not legitimately able to tell us about our history. It's like, well, this dude, he's from he lives in Costa Rica, but he's real light skinned. Bro, I got cousins his skin color. What you talking about?
Yeah. So during this show right here, we go back to Africa. The chick Rita who was talking, I was reading the comments during the show, and it was a lot of comments talking about she's a white woman and she's mixed or whatever. She can't say anything about the culture and all of this. Like, oh my God, it's like the colorism as a result of colonization is a sickness.
It is sickening. It makes me sick. Shit, because I'm like, bro, like, if all right, even if we went on what most people believe is the out of Africa theory, like, everybody comes from, like, out of at least from one source. Now, I mean, there's some theory, some other theories within that I'm not certain about, that where some, like, a group of people was created as what you call it, like a hybrid person or whatever.
But even if that's true, they still needed that cDNA.
Something, yeah, exactly. So it's like, okay, anybody that exists today, you're the person that you're talking shit about and you don't like, y'all related some kind of way, whether it's your 52nd cousin or I don't care. Like, we're related.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Let me play some more.
That's where the Europeans got the idea anyway, when they saw that the Arabs who had, the Sahara slave trade, that's where their interest, where they piqued interest. So yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. Let me pass the mic on to Nee. Yo, what's up, Nee? Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, you got to turn that music off, brother. I don't want to flash.
I'm at work, so I'm at to mute it. Someone got it on, so I'm at to just mute it and come back to y'all later.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Well, I don't think I hear no more.
All right.
Go ahead.
All right. I really don't have too much to say about it. I haven't seen the movie yet, but I've seen a lot of previews and people talking about.
I was looking at this. It's funny. This dude at work somewhere, he went to the bathroom so he could hop on the show. It looked like he hiding out in the bathroom. He's probably supposed to be working right now. Maybe taking a break or whatever. He had to hide in the bathroom.
Yeah,
I've done that before, bro. I used to work in this warehouse. I got in trouble a couple of times. It's like, damn, you're taking a lot of bathroom breaks. That's how hardcore they watch you in this damn warehouse. Like, why are you taking so many bathroom breaks? Yeah, that's what they're complaining. Like, shit, you know what I'm saying? Fuck. Why y'all watching me? Shit.
When you got some of these jobs, you be realizing, shit, my life sucks, and you know what? I'd rather go in here and smell this shit than to deal with.
I ain't gonna lie, that's exactly how I was so fucking like, oh my God, that job. It was the sound of the bell, and it just, I felt like a cattle. I made really good money at this job, by the way. I made really good money, but I felt like a cow. And sometimes it was fun, like, because we made stuff there. So it was like, the creative side of me, and I learned about drills and stuff. Like I learned a lot of shit. So that part was cool, and actually making shit was cool. But it was Anyways, I'm sure wherever this guy works is something like that.
About it, like you say, it's showing that they were traitors, and about the movie, they're not depicting it history right as they always do. They don't like showing us the right way, and it's unfortunate. I think it could have been a much greater done. Good can become from it if they would have done it the right way. That's all I have to say on that.
I appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Rita.
That's all I have to say on that.
I appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Rita. Hey, Rita, you got to turn your you got one of your links open that you got to mute.
What do I need?
Rita, you got to turn your you got one of your links open that you got to mute.
What do I need?
And that shit happens all the time. I hear the echo, and it's like the delay. It's something that's weird about, like, when you're doing these live shows, the broadcast moment is a bit later, and you could hear the delay because she was probably watching the show at the same time while she was on the show, and that what we heard was the delay. That should be happening. That's the reason why, like, when I try to do other things, like a few times in the past, I get on my phone and I can like mess with something related to the show, but it causes all kinds of problems.
Well, yeah, I've run into that a couple times when I'm on my laptop, and I'll actually go open it up. I have YouTube open, and then I run. I hit the link in YouTube, but then YouTube is still open while StreamYard is opening. And then once that's done, it switches to that's on another page. So I got to go in and close that out or pause it or whatever before I can really, But yeah, that's probably what happened to her.
Let me play some more here.
Gotcha.
You got to turn your.
Is that better?
Yep.
Okay, I had both the chat going and the StreamYard. Okay, but first, greetings, brother. Thank you. I love the introspective vision that you had. I just wanted to say, though, I was one of the people that was actually on the fence about seeing the movie because of the different dialogue that I had been having with people about it. Mm-hmm. But I felt also that for me to really make my own mental and spiritual discernment, that there were some qualities of the movie that I wanted to see. So I took my son's 21, and I took him, and we went and we had a conversation about the movie. Now, I do agree, I did not like the homosexual representation because it did not exist at that time. And I know it's...
Pause.
Big pause.
Go ahead. My main comment is that gay people been around forever.
Forever, and I mean, because look, I don't know what time period this was supposed to be in, which is probably in the 1700s, 1800s, probably. So it very much existed because what's his why did Rome fall? I mean, the same shit that they're doing here in America right now is the same shit they was doing in Rome. And that's exactly why it failed the way it did.
Yeah.
Of course, there was an invasion there, but it was because of the tomfoolery that they was doing in there. You know what I'm saying? Like, either way, I respect whatever people want to do. You know what I'm saying? My main problem is like, trying to push kids into doing something that they wouldn't just do on their own. And if they are gay, just let them be that on their own. Don't try to suck them into some lifestyle that they're probably going to be upset with themselves about when they get older.
Yeah. So, yeah. And the other side of it, damn it, I lost it because I was listening to what you were saying, but freaking, what did she say? She said gay people.
It didn't exist.
But I agree with her on the part where she's talking about them wedging this into the movie. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, yeah, no, I mean,
like, we got to have a gay character.
They definitely do that, and I don't, but in order to these days, I really believe in order to get the funding, you have to have certain elements within the movie, within the story. So if they're not there, you're like, hey, this is a great movie, but you know what? I think
we need a gay character in there.
Yeah.
We got to look out for that. We got to do representation for the LGBTQ community.
Yeah, and the dude said he done worked on the dude that spoke before you, the dark skinned dude next to you. Not the one at the top, but the
Rob.
one, he said that he's been on film crews and where they in school or wherever it was, is like they're gonna make sure that there's gonna be gay representation in movies, moving forward. So I forget exactly how he said it, but it's a definite a plan to do it.
I think so. Let me play some more.
Hollywood, so there are certain things that Hollywood's going to interject in every movie in 2022. You cannot watch even a cartoon now without a gay character on a cartoon. You can't even let your kids watch cartoons. You know what I mean? So I knew. I was very happy though that there was no lesbian scene, because I was worried, are they going to try to really F it up and turn the warriors into lesbians? So it's but what I wanted to say,
because that's the image, and even if they didn't, I haven't watched the movie, but even if they didn't put a lesbian scene in it, it still has that kind of energy. The title of it is The Woman King.
What the implication that I think when they're telling women that they can't have a man, it's not like you can't have sex. You can't have a man. So, you didn't have to clearly go to the, you can't have a husband or a child. And said there was only 3 people that separated, and then everybody else was like, all right, cool. So this is we have a utopia of women that is okay without having men, and it's subliminally, this is the mindset of women of that time, or
so
location.
It invokes the Amazon or what was the movie? It was like He-Man, but it was women, and it was this was old back in the day, and it was it was a woman. It was in the future, and the women had control, and they only used men for their semen and shit. The women, the men were like animals, and the women were sophisticated and ran the cities and stuff, and the men just roamed the damn wilderness, and they would capture them and use them for their semen and shit.
Yeah. But it sounds like a woman. Some group things like that after they have sex with somebody, they have a child, and if it's not a girl, they kill.
Damn, you're breaking up, bro. I can't even hear you right now. You're still breaking up. Let me play some of this.
Say about it is because I do agree with a lot of what you said, but I also saw a beautiful message, the way that the way the movie ended, and the message was, we need to unify. Together, we are powerful. When we're separate, we are not. And another thing that I saw, a message that they did say in the movie, is that they were intimidated into doing what they were doing, because they were going to bankrupt their economy if they did not go along with the whole slavery trade and everything like that. I know it's not all historical, because there's so many more uprisings, and there's so many more tribes and situations where they actually fought against it. But even in the movie, they said, we're no longer going to be intimidated by your guns and your weapons and things like that. So it's kind of like they were saying, as we listen, they were intimidated into doing that. And that's why they kept pushing, she was pushing, can we do palm oil? Let's do palm oil. So we're no longer selling our brothers and sisters into slavery. We're no longer being a part of that. I got that too, because for me, that says to me, what we do when we sell each other out as Black Americans or Africans and the diaspora worldwide, when we sell each other out, we're divided. But when we come in a unified manner, and that doesn't matter, we could all sell peanuts. And if we did it unified and we celebrated and we traded with our African brothers and sisters across the pond or whatever we do, we are undefeated. We're only defeated when we're separate and we're constantly nitpicking each other on everything. We're not perfect people. We are not a perfect people, but we are strong people. Now I do want to say one thing. You see, I'm a 100% African-American female. I'm light-skinned, but that does not take away the fact that I am proud, I am Black, and I am a strong Black woman.
I was wondering if she was seeing the comments when she made this comment, because it was a lot of comments saying that, oh, that's a white woman, she mixed, she can't speak on the culture, da-da-da-da-da. And then she came out with this. I was wondering if she was reading the I don't know that she was. It's funny because maybe she was just feeling the vibe. But while I was doing the show, but it's because I'm experienced with this. I'm watching it, even though he had like 500 people in there and the damn comment stream was fucking flowing like a motherfucker. But I watch YouTube videos like this all the time, and I read the comments while I'm watching the show all the time. So I kind of just got like a experience doing that. So while she's talking, I'm listening to what she's saying, but at the same time, I'm kind of like skimming over the comments. And right, they were talking about, her not being Black and all of this. And then she was like, I'm Black.
So having said that, when he was celebrating his mother, his African mother, I found beauty in that because he didn't sell out. As a character, even, he didn't sell out. You know what I mean? I know what you're saying about the whole light skin thing because I get that hate, but I'm a proud Black woman and I'm undeniably proud about that. So I was happy to see the boy be like, yeah, I came back because my mom told me about this. And I was proud to see he wasn't running after a Becky. He actually found beauty in a woman that reminded him of his mother. So that was that little bit of thing. For me, I saw it as a beautiful thing because he could have been running after all the little Portuguese says, but he didn't. He fell in love with the African sister. And then at the end, he ended up being conducive to helping them. I didn't look at him as a white savior. I looked at him as part of the plot that helped them out because he didn't save them. They saved themselves. That's all I'm going to say. One love. Thank you.
Appreciate you, sis. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Most definitely. Mr. Rod.
Good. What's good? Can you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear.
All right. Well, I give props to Rita for what she said. I got a whole different view of the movie because I was sitting there by myself and I was watching the Black man get butchered in the movie. I understood the history behind the movie. And as a filmmaker and an artist, I worked in Hollywood for 20 years. I know how it works. They have an agenda. They are fulfilling the agenda. I was there when the guy said, we are going to have more gay films and I'm going to see to it. I was there and I heard it myself. Now back to the movie itself. It completely divides the Black woman and the Black man. It was just very clear. That is what the movie was about. And the fact,
hey Rob, let me say this real quick. Just to interject real quick.
He was feeling the energy of like, because you could see Rita started rubbing her head when Rob was talking. I think she felt like he was kind of attacking her in a way, just because his perspective was different from hers on the movie, where she felt like, the movie was bringing unity or whatever, and I didn't really agree with her. But I haven't seen the movie, but just from the clips that I saw, I didn't really agree with her on that. But I didn't say it in that way, you know what I'm saying, in a way that
I ain't gonna lie, you were smooth about the way you did say, like how you did agree with her, because it wasn't necessarily in her point of view of the movie. It was really her perspective of how we should personally look at what's going on, knowing that it's a narrative, and not to buy into it. I like how you,
Right.
you know,
Right, because that's
you
what she
kind of
said.
did that little.
Because that's what she said. She said, I'm not going to go with the narrative. The movie brought unity to me, and there's nothing wrong with that as far as like, that's what it did for her.
Yeah, but at the same time, it does take a trained eye to be able to catch certain things, and of course, naturally, yeah, men and women have different perspectives of the movie. Like me and my wife at the time saw when we saw Black Panther, she saw it one way, a whole other way. She's African from Africa. I'm American. So, because I'm like, what I'm saying, what's the name? Spots shit on the shit. The cousins, yeah, I can't even, the one that goes into the music, Jack, I can't think of his name now. Michael B. Jordan.
Okay, Michael B. Jordan. Yeah. So she's
Yeah, the guy
African.
that,
You're American. She's a woman. You're a
so
man.
Yeah. So, she's proud and like, oh man, this is so great. This is so great. Like, y'all fucking left us. You know what I'm saying? Like, Like, you said, like, y'all said, screw me. You know what I'm saying? Like, we cousins, but y'all was able to say the hell with us. But, it was just, however, we see things differently. So, yeah, I think he did a good job of stepping in when he did, because she does look very, very like she's got anxiety right now.
Yeah. So he was kind of like, I really noticed that, because I was thinking about this show and how like most of the audience are men, and thinking about ways to reach out to the women to get more women viewers for the show, or women that enjoy the show, or hopefully I get some women on here to give their perspective, because at the end of the day, me, you, and Deuce are men, and at the end of the day, we're gonna have this.
I loved it. I loved it when what's her name? Was it Janice that was coming on? I loved it, because I mean we need that. We need that type of energy, that balance, that perspective. But I mean either way, I mean regardless of who it is, I think that would give us some more of the balance, because I mean, regardless of how strong our personalities are, I don't think it deletes or just overrides what their opinion is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So
Our
shout out to
perspectives should meet up and.
So shout out to the women, and we be talking about on this show all the time about balance, the yin and the yang, and then the queen is the king's counsel.
It's
at the end of the
important.
day, if you don't have that, then he in trouble.
Yeah.
So
and I
we
believe
need
that
the queen's
the
counsel.
woman, if she's gonna be the woman, if she's gonna be the woman king, she's gonna need the male counsel. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I was just being silly, but yeah,
As
either
a
way, the
brother-
balance is necessary.
Let me play this.
Brothers and sisters, we have to understand, men have a total different perception than women have, as well as each one of us individual men have a different perception.
She kind of smiled.
But we see things different than women see, and women see things different than we see. That's why we can talk about this, and everybody's going to pull and extrapolate out of a movie and say what touched them. But I think that we're going to hear probably, and I hope we have more sisters to call in that will share their side, and we're going to see that maybe there is a difference in how we see it collectively as men and women. But go ahead, Rob.
Well, what I got out of it is black men are abusive. We'll rape you, we'll kill you, we'll do all this stuff to you, and we'll sell you out and take all your stuff. That's what I got.
Yeah.
But I was sitting there by myself next to two LGBT women, and they loved the movie. They was like, yeah. And I was like, I have nothing against that. But what I did understand was the agenda of the movie. The movie was a very angry movie. It was an angry movie, and I picked up on the anger and the fact that she did disrespect the king, and then he turned around and said, "She has saved our whole thing, and she's a hero." But he quietly told her that she disrespected the kingdom, and I got that too. So the movie, if you saw it as a movie, it was a great movie. Viola Davis, she did a great job. That acting was amazing. Cinematography was fantastic. Spiritually, it hit me. It hit me. I'm really interested in what they're going to do with the Wakanda movie, because it's going to do the same thing. Come on, it's definitely going to do the same thing. But this movie here is the nail on the coffin when it comes to Black men as a man. That's what I got. Well, y'all don't need us. We good. Go on by yourself. We get it. Just do your thing. But that is from a male perspective. This is not from a female's perspective. This is from a male's perspective. And all the stuff that I've been seeing on social media and television and all that, you don't need us. You made it loud and clear. Black men are not needed. We get it. Okay, we see it with how things, especially in Atlanta. I live in Atlanta. We are not needed. We get it. So we'll jump on a plane and go back to Africa or somewhere else. We get it. You don't have to keep telling us or keep putting a movie out telling we're not needed. We don't need to see it anymore. Now, in defense of Viola Davis, it's the fact that we don't have different movies. Because when we have a Black film, we're going to go out and support it, whether it's garbage or not. But this was a great film, and she did a great job. But I'm telling you, we as Black men are not needed. It's very clear. I see it. I heard it. I hear it all the time. It's on every dating site. We hear it. And that's all.
What you think?
Come in to save the day.
Yeah, I know. What did you think when you heard him talking?
Well, I mean, I guess after everything, I have a different perspective. Like right now, like the perspective I had when I first heard him, I was like very much in agreement. I was very like that. He know how to read the room. He know what's going on, whatever, blah blah blah. But at the same time, now I said not the same time, but now, like when I see it all, I can tell that he's very emotional, and he's he's allowing the narrative to seep into him, and that he's probably resentful to women because of whatever's happening in his everyday life. Because I'm very much a person who believes in law of attraction, and the types of things that you draw into your world is based on who you are. You know what I'm saying? You resonate with what you are. So I somewhat, like I said, okay, he know what he's talking about. 'Cause it's not that I think he is, like as far as the movie, like he's reading a lot of the stuff that's going on, but because of what he's actually saying in this, in this podcast is, maybe, he would have said something differently if he would have followed you up based on after what you said. You know what I'm saying? Like I think he would have found a different way to say it if he followed you instead of going ahead of you. Because I could see like his mind, like he was like his head was spinning after you know, because like, wait a minute, he agreed with it, and then what you agreed on, like, after we go ahead, like, I mean, because
Yeah, let me
you
play it. But
you
it's like,
pay attention to how you know he changes in his you know his stand, like not verbal stance, but he gets a little uncomfortable, or he's I don't know. You'll see.
yeah, let me play.
Brother, let me tell you, appreciate you, man. I tell you right here, you need it here in Africa.
I got my passport ready, brother.
Hey man, and I'm in Uganda. Hey, look, I'm in Uganda, right? And I was having a conversation with my wife, you know, and I share things what I would share with some of the guys, and I said, man, babe, I tell you this right here. I was sharing with my friends that these women in Uganda are definitely filled out in a sense of, I mean, because and the reason why, because the young man, he wanted to know, because I travel much as Africa. Hey man, what do you think about the women? I said, you know, I look at women. I mean, I'm a man. I look at women. I'm married. I'm faithful to my wife, but I look at women. I said, man, let me be here another couple of days. I'll let you know, because we talking man to man. But I said, right now I got Liberia -- as far as the women and the fillings and all that.
Ooh.
But then after, because I was there that one day, then the next day we got together, hung out, we got something to eat with his crew. But yeah, man, Uganda.
Well,
So,
the last thing, we're tired of it. We're tired of hearing about it. We're tired. We already know. Y'all see us as
Yeah, that like what Deuce said. He's like, he's hurt. What did you say, Deuce? He's hurt.
Yeah,
He's
he
bitter.
sounds a little bitter, man. You know, I don't know what kind. I mean, I get it. You know, we do hear that shit on the TV and stuff like that, or you know, on these different podcasts, or what these chicks be rapping about. But you know, at the end of the day, man, I think as a man, bro, you got to learn to read through that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times it's cap in these songs. It's cap
My
on what you see on these
Yeah.
podcasts, or what you hear these women say. Because
Yep.
at the end of the day, these women, they speaking in that manner. It's almost like reverse psychology, bro. It's almost like they're speaking in that way to let you know, like, nigga, if you coming at me, I'm not with the bullshit no more. I done already been hurt. I done been down that line with an immature nigga. I'm looking for a nigga that's on his shit, that's got his shit together, that can add value to me, and he's a boss nigga, just like I'm a boss up nigga. You gonna boss up. I'm not
but
here to be here with a nigga that's starting from the fucking miry clay. You know what I'm saying, nigga? We need, you know, and that's really how women are really coming, bro. And when I hear a lot of men speak like this, it's like, nigga, step your game up. Don't let I'm not and I mean no offense when I say
yeah,
the word bitch, but because I'm coming from a good manner, I think women will receive it. But it's like, bitch, I'm on my shit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not
but
intimidated. You
see, but
know what
that's
I'm
the
saying?
thing.
And if I'm not on your level, if I'm digging you, that's gonna be my driving force. You know, especially if you got a boss bitch that's been bossed up, nigga. She wanna fuck with you. She see the potential in you, nigga. You ain't got no. If you just a sorry ass motherfucker, if you sit on your ass and don't take and I'm not saying take advantage in a bad way, but you don't take advantage of that opportunity to get on your shit.
Cause
You
they
know
be
what I'm
talking,
saying?
all that shit, but at the end of the day, they want that dick. They're gonna come home and they're gonna be looking for that dick.
Yeah.
Hey,
But
but
see, this way you have to hold on, Pat. Let me say this real quick and I'm gonna shut up. This is what a lot of men have to understand, bro. As when you talk about a black woman, if a black woman is a boss, she's running a business, she's dealing with employees, she's bossed up, then you mean to tell me when she come home you don't leave her space for her to be that submissive woman? You know what I'm saying? You don't do kind gestures like, oh baby, I ran you some bath water, go ahead babe, I got dinner. You know what I'm saying? The kids are 8. You know what I'm saying? Like, and men don't, you got a lot of men that'll say, oh, that's women duties. Like, come on, bro. Let's share the responsibility here, because that woman wants to turn off, because that woman, she's bossing up because she's securing her future. She's securing whatever it is, her goals or her dreams or whatever. She's been bossing all day. She's been telling people, she's been negating shit all day you know, hey, do this, making shit running smooth. When she come home, dog, she don't want to come home to some sorry nigga that's looking at her on the sofa. What we gonna eat for dinner? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. Let's be real. And niggas get it twisted, dog. I'm not gonna, you know. And when I say niggas, understand. In my eye, I don't identify the word nigga as one race of people. A white boy is a nigga to me. You know what I'm saying? If
Me
he
too.
doing some, you
Me
know,
too.
so nigga, like, come on, dog. Boss up, bro. Like, that's and that's how I take it. When I hear a woman saying that shit, she's not, it may comes off as degrading, but to me that's a nigga that's in his feelings. You got low self-esteem, or you
Mhm.
dealing with some past trauma. Take that shit for what it is, nigga. What she really saying is like, hey, if I fuck with you, you may not be on my level, but because I see the potential in the drive you, I'ma fuck with you. But nigga, you better come correct. And that's
Say,
all it
bro,
is, bro.
if you fucking her, y'all on the same level.
Exactly. And then she actually sees something in you or whatever, or otherwise it wouldn't be that.
It's up to your next step that's gonna rely on how, if you the real deal, or if you a sucker.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? A boss woman, a boss bitch, bro. She want to be put in her play. At the end of the day, she wants to be a woman. She wants to be, and people get that word submissive fucked up too. Because submissive is not you, yes, daddy, a female, oh, whatever I say she do. No. You know what I'm saying? She know how to play her role, but it's like at the end of the day, most genuine women, they want to be in that role of submissive. They want to be romanticized. They want to be,
I
you know what
agree
I'm
with
saying?
you. I agree with you wholeheartedly. And even the super masculine ones, they still want that. I think that they want to be dominated. It's like
a lot of it is a lot of the stuff that you see come from them is actually defense mechanisms, and you have to disarm them in a lot of cases.
But I have to say this though, as men, the men submit to the woman too. She submits to us, and we submit to her.
There's no yin without no yang. There's no yin without the yang.
Minister Farrakhan said it best, bro, on the Breakfast Club podcast. I watched that interview. I don't give a, like he said, he don't give a fuck how much that woman loves you, how much she looks up to you, how much respect she has for you. She could bow down before you. But at the end of the day, it's a woman's job to test her man. She gonna test your gangster, nigga. She gonna test your nuts. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, she wants to make sure, she wants to feel secure and knowing that you can protect her and these kids that she has provided to you, or or she's raising for you, or whatever. She want to feel secure. She want to know that she got a man, bro. A woman is gonna test you, and you can't. You know what I'm saying? It's okay to be that beta male type person. You can't always be that alpha male type. It's so, you know what I'm saying? But when she come at you from that angle, you have to be man enough to know what it is and put her in her place. You know what I'm saying? And after that, you good. But most niggas take that shit. Oh man, this bitch tripping. Oh man, this bitch, she want to stand up to me like a nigga. Nah, nigga, she testing you because she hear you talking your bullshit with your homeboys. You know what I'm saying? So she want to test your game. She want to see if you really if you gonna protect her and
It's
these
like
children.
it's like he's like Black Africa say, it's your man, not your boy. So because see, a boy, a not mature man won't be able to handle this situation properly.
But yeah, I really feel like this dude, he's got a lot of trauma that he's not dealing with, and he doesn't know how to use that feng shui to, like these women, because he living in Atlanta and he ain't got a woman, it's because of his character.
And well, I don't know about that because I'm single
bro,
right
because
now.
in
So
Atlanta,
y'all just stabbed me.
Nah, because in Atlanta, for every
It's
man,
like
there's
20
2
to
to 3
1.
women. Yeah,
No,
for every man, bro.
seven.
Like,
The last time it was like 17-1.
Yeah, but the point, what they were saying, Rob and the other guy, Esteban, both from Atlanta, and the guy from Esteban said, "I understand what you're saying because gay, it's like Atlanta's like the gay capital, bruh."
And
well, we know that. We know that. We understand that. But say, bro, these women in Atlanta, I got a partner right now. Trained me to start driving trucks. Was my first trainer. Live in Atlanta, and he was like, bro, it's so bad out here. These women out here, they fine with playing that side chick role. Like, bro, it's no cap. It ain't no drama. Ain't no snitching. She not getting mad if she see you in the mall, you know what I'm saying, and you doing for baby. You doing for the man. She understands because niggas out there are so on that bullshit, bro. These niggas out here, they going both ways so bad, bro. Like the homosexual scene is taking over the men out there. Like the women are they fine with like, bro, if you a half a man, they fucking with you in Atlanta.
Damn. So I get it. So like it's the opposite of what they're saying. It's like, okay, well, it's a bunch of gay people in the city. That's the reason why, you know, the scene is messed up and I can't find no chick. But then it's like it's actually the opposite
it
because
should
it's so
give you
many.
more opportunity. It should
Yeah.
give you way more opportunity. Like,
And then he an old head that seem to have a little change on him. You feel me? Like, come on, bro. And you still ain't got no woman.
He ain't doing something right.
Nigga, I'm a big nigga. I'm a big bright ass nigga, and I got confidence, nigga. I ain't look here. Look here. If I see, I'm a married man, so I don't do shit. But I'm just saying, before then, oh nigga, I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna talk up, like my grandpa say, boy, you better talk up on that pussy. I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna say something.
Yeah, man. I'm coaching my son now to build up his confidence. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, man. But you know, like more power to him. You know, maybe he's looking for this. You know, he in the film. He might be looking for some Disney. You know, he might be on some of that bullshit, that old Disney bullshit himself. Like he looking for the
I
princess.
guarantee you, his problem, just listening to his conversation and watching his whole the way he slouched in that chair. I guarantee you, he's that type of nigga that talk to a woman and she really wanna fuck with him on that level, but he put himself in that friend zone.
He be
He's
talk
that type of
himself out.
nigga that, yeah, he talk himself out of it.
talk.
He put himself in that friend zone. She like, okay, well, we friends. This nigga do for me, I do for him, whatever. He put himself in that zone. You know
I
what I'm
gotta
saying?
say, in his defense that the freaking dating scene is a whole mess, bro. Right now, it's a mess.
It may be a whole mess, but you can get some pussy.
But I ain't looking for just pussy, bro. Like that's yeah. Yes, I can get some pussy.
I hear you, bro. I hear you, but I think, you know, if you know, putting the application out there, if your energy is right.
Man, Chaka problem is he bougie, Pat. That nigga bougie, bro. I've been knowing this nigga my whole
More
life.
than me?
This nigga is more than you bougie, bro. Like this nigga here, he's the type of nigga you gotta look at his forehead when he fucking walk out the room. You know what I'm saying? That way you know, don't say shit to that nigga, man. Let that nigga go on, get his blunt or whatever he gonna do, take a shit, and then he'll come out rubbing his stomach like, hey, what's up? You know, he good. Like, you know what I'm saying? That nigga moody, man.
He walking out in his in a robe and
nah, that nigga ain't walking out no road, man. That nigga there, that nigga Chaka, man. Chaka something serious, man. That nigga allowed to walk out the room. Hey man, say nigga, where your boxes at? Oh man, I thought y'all was gone. Still quiet in this motherfucker.
I ain't gonna lie though. What Deuce is saying is kind of true because I do have a real high, like, I don't know what's the word, like, you know, threshold for what I tolerate. You know, especially when it comes to a relationship and people that are around me, you know, people that I deal with. It's a lot of shit I'm not gonna deal with.
Well, see, I'm gonna tell you something. For me, you know, I do, you know, I do have requirements physically, but I'm not as you know, hell bent on the physical as I am on the mentality. So, you know, I will bang it up, but at the same time, I'm gonna be, you know, I'll be showing you the doorknob at some point, you know.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. Like, because I'm only gonna deal with what I'm willing to deal with. Let me play some more of this.
Garbage and abusive. So we're tired of hearing it. So to answer, Rita, to answer this question that a lot of black women are asking, let me kill that.
He got a corny ass
to
phone.
answer the question that a lot of black women
ring.
are asking, where are the good black men? We're going overseas.
What kind of fucking
We're
ring?
Go ahead,
going
Rita. I'm gonna let you go ahead and
we out.
respond.
What kind of
Thank you so
ringtone
much.
is that,
Thank you
bro?
so much, sir. First of all, brother, black brother, I'm gonna speak for all the sisters, not only here in the diaspora and across. We need
Wait a minute.
our brothers.
This is the
Okay,
part that
we
kind of
love.
like she said she was speaking for all the women, but then as soon as the women start coming on, I'm not speaking for all the women.
Yeah.
Yeah, but go
Yeah.
ahead.
I didn't catch that, but yes, I get it now because I remember
Our brothers. We love our
saying that.
black brothers. Okay, we love you. Do not buy into this division tactic. Now, I do want to say one thing. Did you not see the part though when she was running to go and fight for the slaves? The whole team. It wasn't just the women. They unified. They was going. It was the men. It was the women. They were going together to fight. And you know what? They won. That's what I saw. See, I got hyped when I saw that. I am not a feminist at all. Okay, I'm a strong black woman, but I am not a feminist.
What's up with all the black people in this video, like clapping? The dude Rob was hitting his desk. Go Back to Africa was doing the same thing. You know, do I do that on the show? Do I be clapping and hitting the desk and shit? I don't know.
Well, every now and then you do get your "I'm proud of you" clap, but
yeah, I don't know.
When I am with my husband, when I was in a relationship, he's my ex-husband now, but we are still very, very close because it was always about respect. He respected me as his queen. I respected him as my king. I respect that. So I am not coming from a feminist perspective. That's why I'm here to tell you. The movie, I was worried about it because I told you there's some things I was worried about. And the point that Go Black made, he made very valid points. But the beauty, what I saw, is when I saw them stand and fight together. And if you look through history, sir, when we have had to stand up and fight, the brothers are not alone. We are right there beside our men and we will fight to the death. That's what I saw during the 60s. Before I was born, they was out there getting the dogs, the water spray. Everybody was coming at them. Them mayonnaise monsters didn't care if it was women or men. They were sicking dogs on them. But you know what? Our sisters was out there. They were out there with their husbands.
What about now? What about now?
Damn, does he not sound bitter as hell? Like this is
it's so bro. He sounds like bro.
He said, like, what have you done for me lately? Like Janet Jackson.
Yeah, he seems like a cool dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to just totally shit on him, but like, you know, he kind of, you know, if he was the only representation outside of Go Black to Africa, like, I would probably be somewhat ashamed. Because I mean, he's showing weakness right now with all of that. You know, it's like, okay, like, damn, let her have her perspective. Let her say what she gonna say, and y'all move on. But he's just like, nah, y'all bitches ain't shit. No, no.
What have you done for me lately, looking ass? Okay.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like,
that's why I'm telling you, don't believe everything just because they're gonna keep pushing. I'm a former trained journalist. I do not do journalism anymore because it is not objective. It is subjective. It is meant to manipulate our minds. I'm not a journalist anymore. But the journalism that they're gonna constantly push in your mind is that no, we don't want you. And then we got black men saying, oh, I don't like black women and this and that. I'm gonna get me this and that. No. Because at the end of the day, if you look at the true statistics, most black men marry black women. Black love still exists, though we don't have a narrative for it. Unless you look on IG and you see like black couples exist and black love and which I fill my timeline with all that because I have an option to. But I don't watch the news. I don't watch the media because I know what they're pushing. You know, and I just want to say, I didn't feel I really didn't feel, and I respect your opinion, but I didn't feel that the movie was just about destroying black men, because did you not remember when the Portuguese man went up and started feeling on them? That sent me into a livid tizzy, okay? Because they were on the slave block and he started feeling on them and looking at them like with lust and disgust. That made me disgusted. I know rape happens in every society, white men, black men, everybody. So that is not something that I was like, oh, black men are gonna rape me. I don't feel that way. I feel at the end of the day, brother gonna have my back. If I scream, he gonna come, because I believe I manifest chivalrous men in my life. I don't manifest.
I love that point.
I love her energy right there, because it's like, okay, you know, like this whole narrative that, you know, black men is just gonna rape you and shit, like, you know, and you know, it's been my experience that, you know, it's the black men that freaking protect, they're the protector, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe
but
there's some kids, or they're young, they're on college campus or some shit.
But see, but that's the thing. I think like our mental energies is what manifests things in our lives. So I mean, if your mindset is, you know, ends up in a certain area, you know, you say you want this good job, but you always feel like you only deserve something different. That's all you're gonna get, is the one that you really feel like you deserve, because that's the energy you're putting out. You know what I'm saying? So if, you know, by him, like the same thing I was saying by him, the law of attraction, he's like he feels the way he does, and he'll continue getting what he's been getting because of the energy that he's emitting, the magnetic field that he's either, you know, drawing in or repelling. So
well, he's having these same conversations with women. The women that he's going out, he's probably getting dates. But the women that he goes out on dates with, like we were saying, like he puts himself straight in the friend zone, because at the end of the day, a real woman that's looking for a real man, bro, she don't want to hear this kind of shit. She don't want to hear this rhetoric, because the reason why she don't want to hear that, because she's in your fucking face. She's giving you an opportunity. You know what I'm saying?
Right now.
Right now, to show her who you are. Show and approve. Show me who you are. You know what I'm saying? I'm here with you at this table with you, having dinner with you. You know, this is our second or third date, and you still on this bullshit? Like, bro, that's why he don't have nobody.
He ain't making it to no first and no second date.
Well, I'm just saying, you know, I mean, I was just making a point, but yeah,
I'm just saying, because
he's not getting a call back, and if it is, it's somebody that's like, okay, well, maybe I can change his whole perspective of his thoughts of this and that. And it's like, baby, you gonna run yourself crazy with this old bit ass nigga. You know what I'm saying? This nigga here can't even buy a piece of pussy. They're gonna be like, man, I don't want your money.
Hey, I could feel. I see you on that. Because I mean, bro, like some dudes, I think like they don't realize how feminine they sound.
Yeah.
And I love her energy right here. And I'm willing to bet that, you know, if she is in a situation where it's like, especially if it's somebody from like another race or something, another culture that's like attacking her, I'm sure that in her environment, there's going to be most likely a black man that comes in, steps in, random person, and be like, nah, hold on. What's going on over here? Let me play this.
You understand? There are people that are punks, but that's in every race. The black men in my life, they are about that life. And if it comes down to it, we're about that life. We're intelligent, we work hard. But if we gotta go, you're gonna drag in the mud. You know what I'm saying? So I don't believe that narrative. And I really, when I saw them going together in the line, I was like, let's go. They're about to make something happen. And they did. So that's all I want to say. But don't feel that every woman's like that. But go black. I'm about to be on the other side with you. And what you said about Liberia is true. One of my besties, she's a Liberian girl. And that's why Michael was singing Liberian Girl, because you ain't lying about that. Yeah.
Well, look, I'm gonna tell you something. And if he can go to Africa and be able to pick up women with this, like
he gonna have a harder time.
It's gonna be way harder, because Black American women, you know, like can kind of maybe, you know, understand where he's coming from with it and
give him a chance. But the African women, they're gonna be like,
no, I mean, because they already they have a certain way that they see Americans. especially black ones.
So they're
You
gonna
know what I'm saying?
automatically be like, okay, this dude here, okay, well, let me get some money up out of him or something, because yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, he's gonna get scams. He gonna
Yeah.
be scammed.
Thank you so
Let's go
much.
to King Shaka. King Shaka, what's happening? Thank you for that, Rita. Let me get you off mute. I got you off. Okay, there you go.
All right. Thank y'all for letting me join and share my piece. I agree with Rita on the part where she says we need to neglect the narrative, because the narrative is, dominant, right? We've been colonized, right? So the narrative is to make us look bad, right? The whole thing with this thing is like, this is just another slave movie, the way I look at it. But I agree with Rob in that the point of it was to sow division. Okay, I think that they understood that the Black Panther movie, it made so much money, right? So they're like, wait, we've been passing up on money all this time, so let's tap into this. So okay, cool, we're gonna tap into it, but at the same time, we're gonna use this angst that's going on with the feminism, the Me Too, and let's throw in some slavery in there. Let's make sure that we scapegoat the Africans and give the Europeans a break on the slavery thing, so that we can change the narrative. Because what I feel a lot of the conversation about this movie has gone to the thing about the Africans, selling slaves to the Europeans. So it's like giving them a break. So then, like the host of the show said earlier, that's their point. That's their point. They're going to use that as a reason to not give reparations, to not say I'm sorry, to not be like, we didn't do anything wrong. We didn't do nothing wrong. The Africans just, they gave us this. We were just, taking advantage of the situation, So, I think, and the other part of it is like, I like to call it the toxic masculinity that's coming from females. Okay, and that's what we have. Like, they've been culturing this for years, right? So then a movie like this is to continue to culture that idea of this toxic masculinity coming from females, wanting to be dominant as far as like, controlling everything, and so going back to what this whole thing is about, it's about the household, right? It's about the household. The household is how you build the empire, right? For you to have a strong household, you need to have a man and a woman, right? And you need to have them knowing what their roles are in whatever we're trying to accomplish, right? We're working together. We're building an empire. At some point, maybe I drive the car. At some point, maybe you drive the car. We have to understand that, together is what makes us strong, right? So, but then the narrative, like Rita is saying, this separatism, we also, as a culture, we lash on to this, we attach to this, and we make it bigger. We keep spreading it and making it more, when it's not even really true at all. And what's really sad about that is that so many of our community really believes this stuff true. We've been colonized and we've been brainwashed and programmed for so many years that when we see this stuff, the black men are not home, they're not raising their kids, they're just sorry, they got multiple baby mamas all around the planet, and they're not trying to build no real household. But from what I can see, that is not true. That is not true. But a large amount of our culture or our community really believes it to be true. And then you get these big movies like this one that reiterate these ideas. And I want to say, like, in the comments, I noticed while Rob was talking, a lot of women was saying, we do need you, black man. We need you, black man. We, you're not useless. You're not this narrative that they're giving us, and we know it's not true, but still it's dominant. It's dominant in the culture. It's dominant in the media, and the kids, everyone is just, absorbing this. After a while, you tell a person a lie so many times, after a while, it becomes true, or the truth doesn't even matter no more.
Yeah.
Comments.
Hey, I already told you, you came through there. Like, I think you set a whole new tone for everybody when you came in, because it's like, you uplifted, oh girl. I think everybody was like, okay, you know what, this, like, I can get along with all of that. But like I thought it was great.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I did. I think you did well explaining that, bro. And more people need to understand that and hear that shit. But I will say this here, just from my understanding and listening to different things and talking to different people, bro. I really feel like, and I can't really, I probably shouldn't say more than ever, but I don't know any other way to say it. But I think that there is a lot of women more than ever, bro, that truly realize the power of a black man, and understand that there is a need and understand that there is, that there is good black men, you know what I'm saying? And just as well as black men believe that with black women, you know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day, I tell anybody this, bro, like I love my sisters, you know what I'm saying? I love them, and I don't give a damn about people say, oh man, they attitude. Like I hear a lot of brothers that's dating white women or was with black chicks and now they with a white man. It's so it's night and day and this white chick this and this and this and that. And it's like, bro, I don't give a fuck. I don't want to hear that because to me you seem weak. You seem weak. You went over to these folks, to a race of people that nigga you would have been slain. And at the end of the day, how do you not know that she's not racist? Because white women, they could be very racist, but they love the masculinity of a black man. You know what I'm saying? She could be an in the closet racist and only fucks with you. You don't know what goes on when she talks to her family members or her friends or this or that, but that's neither here nor there, bro. At the end of the day, I can truly say that I love my sisters. You know what I'm saying? I love black women. You know what I'm saying? And it's just I don't know of any other replacement. People say, oh, Hispanic women, and I love Hispanic women too. Don't get me wrong. I love Hispanic women, Latin women, however you want to call them, but at the end of the day, I love my sisters. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Light,
the thing,
brown, mixed, whatever, it's just something about a black woman, bro. They understand your struggles. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? They understand you as a man, and the real ones that are out there, they understand what you fight against, man. There's so many women that's out there that's advocating for being your peace when you come home, bro. Like, and yeah,
one of the things I would like to definitely say is that a lot of these guys, like, because I mean, we're supposed to be the logical of the two. They're usually going to be a little bit emotional, and if you can't discern when like being able to kind of talk her down off of her whatever those emotions may have taken her, you're not going to be successful. So it's like if she's and if you kind of replicate what she's doing by saying some of these different things, like, well, speaking on these different well, this average, say you showing your trauma, different, because I mean we've all had traumas,
but it becomes a toxic cycle. I get what you're trying to say. It's like if you are exhibiting the same like way as her, then y'all not gonna get nowhere. You're just gonna keep on going back and forth, and you're not
gonna have a meeting of the minds, because for one, like, regardless of how crazy it might be, but us being, we should, us as men should really try to, if we want to express those different things, we got to find the right time and place to express those types of thoughts. But in the heat of the moment, if you're going back and forth with her, you're doing the same thing. Like, you're not fixing the problem.
You're matching the energy in a way that just propels,
and it's not sexy.
It's not a good look. It's not cute, as they would say.
Yeah.
Let me play some more.
I'm with you on that, King. I mean, I'll tell you right here, there's a lot of beautiful sisters out there. And I know that when I was a single man and I was looking for my wife, I tell you, I learned so much in just talking with women. And there are women who really looking for men, not males. Not every male is a man. And, it gets me when people give titles to the title man to a male who don't deserve it. And so we have to get back to this whole definition of really what a man is. Because a limp wrist, jelly back joker that's running around here talking about he's a man, I'm sorry. No, I'm not going to let you steal that title. There's strong brothers out here who's holding it down, who's being a great husband, a great father. That, you know, the media is only going to show the weak. The media will only show the weak. Like Sister said, you know, journalism, you know, it's, and I said when I worked in intelligence, information is powerful and you can change the world. You can create wars with information. And we have to be careful of the media, be careful of what is being told to us, what's really out there. Because I believe there's a lot of beautiful sisters out here looking for a good man, and a lot of brothers out here who's looking for a beautiful sister. For real, for real. I think that we are in our tough time now today because we bought into the lie that we are judging each other before we get to know each other. And that's the issue that I see. Estevan, what's going on with you, brother?
What's going on? What's going on, family? Everybody doing good today? You know, so first of all, I just want to say that I appreciate the little gumbo that I'm in right now. Because everybody got a nice little perspective, point of view of everything, and I'm sort of taking a mix of both because I say a pinch here and a pinch there. I feel wrong because I'm in Atlanta, so I saw the movie. Our job sort of just ran out movie and Regal, and we just saw it in station. And I'm not gonna lie, like me, I'm in my 30s, so I know y'all got a lot more games to give me, you know.
Well, why did he say that?
I have no idea.
But as far as impact is concerned, like I appreciate it, like as far as us as a culture, like Black people, just going in to see the movie. Haven't seen that in a while since Black Panther. You know, so what it did, you know, for, you know, just melanated folks, that's why I appreciate it. Now,
he had a lot of.
nitpick.
Go ahead.
I think he had a lot of thoughts that was going through his head, and sometimes I think when you're sitting on a panel like that, you just been sitting there, and it's like, all right, your turn, go, and
it's hard. Yeah.
Yes.
And he was just like, what do you call it? Like vomiting out his thoughts. It wasn't really very organized. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was under pressure too. I ain't gonna lie, because this was a large audience, and I don't know that I've been on the internet in front of an audience that large before. So I was a bit nervous, and I was stuttering and shit too.
No,
And
you
find
did
anything
good.
that's wrong with the movie. I mean, that's to your discretion. You know what I'm saying? That's not my angle. But I will say that, you know, as far as the movie goes, it was a couple hit and misses, I should say. And the only reason why I say that is as far as like the togetherness of, you know, Black people, I do hear what y'all saying, because here's the thing, like me, I was raised off Shaka Zulu, Roots, like the actual, like, you know, things that actually like bonded, you know, people together. You
And he just sounded so ignorant. That's the reason why I made some of the comments I made afterwards, and I didn't want to mash on him, but I had to let him know that, you know, you're ignorant. And then it was like, because like, you know, the Root story is not even based on a true story. The movie that we're talking about is based on the actual historical events.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I go off of. So like,
Everybody's kind of like,
when it comes down to like the
What's up?
togetherness and like the unity of, you know, us at the time. Of course, I didn't feel it as much just because of the fact, like the time frame that was in as well. I mean, honestly, for me, when it comes to movies, I don't really read too deep, not all the time, because you already know Hollywood gonna whitewash it up. I'm just gonna keep it a book, you know, like historically, and I feel like, in my personal opinion, this is the job for the individual to stop being a lazy learner and to look, you know, within the textbook instead of just being like actual, just going off, how can I say, the face value of the movie, because it's not really concrete, you know, like the books and the stuff that we actually have and like things of that nature. That's what we really need to be focused on, because this is based off a true story. This is not like really real, you know. So I think once people, especially us people, because we do get a little bit lazy when it comes to learning.
I don't get that. Like
we get lazy when it comes to learning. What are you talking about? Who are
well,
we?
I think he's talking about people in general, which I think to some extent he might be right, because you know a lot of people probably will watch it and not even realize that it's supposed to be based on a real movie, and that you can get more context by going out and finding the real story and reading about it or whatever. But at the same time, it's like
I think he was saying black people are lazy when it comes to learning. So okay, then boom, there goes an example of you falling to the narrative.
Yeah, because bro, like I'm gonna tell you, man. I think people get lazy because I mean, to some people it don't matter, but there's a lot of people. I know way more black people that's gonna do the research than that's not. That you know what I'm saying? But maybe that's the people I'm around or whatever. That's but
that's him falling to the narrative. I think. Let me play some more.
See it in our face. It's like, okay, it's good. We don't never really check the back. So if we can actually just take our time and just look and really dig deep, it sounds the homemade trial.
Well, did he say I'm 30?
Particular,
he said he was like in his early 30s or something like that.
Okay, so that's what he said. Yeah, so and I'm 30, so everything I'm about to say is gonna be very, unwise.
That's not a good way to premise what you're saying.
Everything that I'm about to say is not a wise start. It's just some shit. Like I wanted to get on here and show my, say some shit and
yeah.
But yeah, not. I'm sure he had great intention. And,
but he shot himself in the foot at the beginning by saying that.
Yeah. And see if it matches up to history with the slave trade and stuff. Okay, then we got something. But when it comes down to the emotional aspect of it, like that's what it is. Just the emotional aspect. That's the fact. Like I wish people just did a little bit more of their homework. Now, it's a good inspiration piece. It's an art piece. I say that because it is a movie. It's an art piece. I just leave it like that. But if you're really looking for like, real meat and potatoes, you're not really gonna get it out of that or any of the movies. So that's the only thing.
Black to Africa is kind of like.
He about to cut him off or kick him out or mute him or something.
Yeah,
he's frustrated.
He's thinking of him as a male. Not a man. He's a male.
That I just want to bring up honestly. And we honestly need like people to honestly make more films. If it's like that, individually, you can make it yourself then. Like I just saw a vid of you and Go Black and ODJ. I love Uncle DJ.
Damn, bro.
He makes his own stuff. Everybody got the know-how, especially if you're in America. Like, we be giving like a bad hand, but at the same time, we can make lemons out of lemonade. Like the hardships that we went through, we got some ammunition. So we can actually go
hard to go
and
through,
I know. He about to wrap it.
In the U.S., you can become an asset in Africa or anywhere else. So I'm tired of the pity party to a degree. Like I can get with it only so much if you ain't putting no work in. So you can't tell me, oh, it's impossible. I watch you.
Give me a rope.
Jackson, I watch I watch a lot of people.
Y'all respect that man gangster, Mike.
So if you
in his 30s.
really want to see the change, especially us, and
Pat
how
gonna
we're
cough to
depicted,
that. How rude.
then we actually gotta, get the ball rolling, and we honestly gotta put the step forward. We can't stop at Tyler Perry. I'm right around the corner from the daggone Eggy. It's cool, but let's go.
I don't care.
Well,
I don't.
Can I jump in there?
care.
The education, bro. You
Oh,
know,
it was you that.
you said that, I think that to be able to enjoy art, you do got to turn off your mind a bit. I agree with that part. But at the same time, we need to educate ourselves. Like, this is based on a true story. Then we need to know more about this story, right? We need to know more about what actually happened. Then therefore, whenever they do these narratives, then we can pick it apart. You know what I'm saying? We can't just let them feed us whatever the hell they want to feed us, and we don't have no context to it at all. I think a lot of people probably who watched the movie had no idea about the story that it's based on, or the history related to it, or what actually happened. They're just watching it, they're just enjoying the movie, and that's cool and fine. But that's how the whole system works. It's all entertainment, it's all for fun, but then they're sliding in these subliminal messages, and then you don't have a base, you don't have an education base for those subliminal messages to slide off of you. So you internalize them. You think it's true. You start looking at your friends and family and significant others as enemies, and sometimes you don't know where this animosity is even coming from, where this anxious behavior is even coming from. It's been subliminally just put into your mind a little bit at a time, here and there, in your entertainment.
I mean, and you're right. That subliminal message is powerful within itself. That's why, for me, even doing the show is just to give a
that
different.
Was some strong. Hey, you acted like a co-host at least, like what I'm saying. Like you turn the whole, because it's just like, all right, at some point somebody had to make him shut up.
Yeah.
And I think Go Black to Africa, he wanted to, but he wants to respect everybody.
Right.
So, but and I think even the dude was looking for an out.
I gave everybody an out, and then I geared the conversation in a direction. Go ahead, dude.
Yes.
Hey, this ain't nothing to dry on your point of what you was making, but I'm just looking at the screen, boy. Old girl then went from having her hands down to she's like, oh shit. This old light-skinned ass bald-headed nigga with these glasses. I see what Pat. I don't know if that's the one Pat was.
No, that's not
about.
The one, but she coming on soon. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's another chick that's coming in. That's gonna be Let me play some more.
Side of looking.
I didn't really pay attention, but I think she might have been kind of like, okay,
maybe.
Because I know our sisters are vulnerable when it comes to past pains. We know our sisters have been violated and taken advantage of, and a lot don't even talk about it. They don't even share that story. And what's scary in this movie is that they used it to their advantage to draw the sisters in. And whether it was the sister who is trying to use her roots on figuring out the what's her name's dream, to where they're giving homage and not built, kneeling down to, statues. These things, when people have unanswered issues of life, we will try to do anything to find that answer. And I fear the fact that if this movie has impacted women who are hurt, scorned, who are sitting in a place of pain, to dabble into areas, to me, that I even know that ain't fruitful. But this is where movies could be dangerous, because it will plant seeds. It will plant a seed and it will cause you to behave. But really, at the end of the day, everybody gets excited over a movie and they go home. Did it create any change? Did it make anything better? Did it make your marriage stronger? Did it heal you? Did it cause the Black family to become closer? Is there people out here now that's going to create initiatives to bring in that broken family apart, that's out here, that's portrayed? It is. So what are you going to do with the information you got?
I really like some of the comments that he made too. Like you were saying, Pat, the video is overall really good. And that's the reason why I was watching it. And when he gave the opportunity to jump on there, I saw it as an opportunity. I had to take it. But you know, I agreed a lot with what he was saying in this video. You know,
Well, no, because I think that a lot of the like those things do exist in this movie, based on, you know, like I'm reading what people say, because pretty much most of the people saw the movie. The top three, they definitely saw the movie, and I can just, you know, based on how they're talking about it, these things definitely, you know, these elements exist within it. It's just you know, like I said, the what makes this good for me is the fact that, you know, this is like the podcast is like TV, and the different people what they're saying, like, you know, you changed the whole scenario, because that's what I started that's what I started kind of looking at, was the, you know, the professionalism, the, you know, how, you know what I'm saying, like you change, you knew how to the Tai Chi the situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how I started. I said, okay. Because when I saw you, I said, oh shit. You know, when I saw you come on, I was like, oh shit. That's why he shared it. You know, because you always share videos. But
yeah, that's why I shared it, because I was in it. Absolutely.
yeah.
I
So
ain't
I
gonna
mean,
lie.
you know, but I dissected it in a different way, because at the same time, you know, we was talking about the woman king, which is the, you know, that's you know, the whole point of that his podcast. But at the same time, I'm looking at the dynamics, and, you know, the way how people are responding
Yeah, it's
to it.
super interesting. So I skipped ahead in the video. The chick that you was talking about, Deuce, if you could see the screen, the chick that Pat is talking about is down on the bottom left now, Danielle.
Yeah. I'm able to watch, bro. I'm out here unloading the trailer right now, so
All right, let
I'm
me
able
play
to
some.
watch.
Celebrating our Black sisters. What is wrong with just having maybe that one movie? Did Malcolm X not tell us that the Black woman is the most disrespected woman on the planet, even though she is the original mother of the planet? Everything has come from darkness. It comes from us. We're the only people that can create every shade. And in my family, we got them black like this. We got them like my shirt, and we are all Black people. We don't need nobody else to create our beauty and our power. So why can't we celebrate the Black woman at the end of the day? Why can't we take this movie and say, you know what? Okay, it ain't an L for us, brothers. It ain't an L, really. But we're gonna sit back. We're gonna chill. Like, yeah, okay, come on, babe, go do your thing. That's what my man would do for me. He'd be like, babe, go ahead, shine, do your thing. I'll be like, hey, turn up. You know, but I'm gonna go sit right back by my king. You know what I'm saying? Like, can't we just celebrate them? But I also want to say this. Another thing, like I said, I am not speaking for every Black woman, because this is going to split hairs. When I saw
that goes what
they
you was
didn't
saying.
bow down to Caesar Borgia's son, and they didn't have a blue-eyed, blonde-haired Jesus on the wall. Jesus, I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings. I'm just saying they was given reverence to a power. I know you didn't like that, Go Black, because you were like, oh, they're bringing up voodoo and hoodoo. For me, African spirituality is power. I am an African healer. So Rob and Go Black, I'm gonna be calling y'all.
I really wanted to make comments on that as far as the African spirituality, because he was kind of bashing it earlier in the video. Did you watch earlier in the video when he was talking about that? And he was talking about, like, okay, they're bringing up voodoo or voodoo and all of that. And man, I really wanted to jump on that as far as, like, you know, freaking, that's our freaking heritage, really. That's our freaking true religions, really. That's really our fucking shit right there.
Yeah. Well, you know, that's one of those things, like, you got to kind of pick your battles.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's probably good to just kind of leave that alone, because you didn't want, you know, you don't really want to spin it too far away from, you know.
I didn't want to step on his toes, as the, you know, this was his show, and he, you know, this is his thing. So yeah.
Yeah.
In a few months, because I'm gonna be on the other side, baby. My days in Babylon are numbered, and it's deliberate. But I'm not coming there to promote the Bible while I steal the land, because that's what they did in Africa. So what they showed was they hadn't gave them the Bible to steal the land yet. They were showing that they was getting their power, and they was giving reverence to their Blackness. We're the only people whose God don't look like us, according to their story. But if we really look at the story and you want to go with what Jesus looked like, he had woolly hair, okay, grew to the sun, and his skin like coal, okay? But we ain't gonna go there because people get mad when you talk about that. Even our own people get mad when you try to tell them what it looks like. So I was happy. They didn't put a cross on them dead bodies. They put a symbol of power, rest in power. So I just want to say that once again, different perspectives. I don't speak for every woman about this movie, but I was happy that they was not worshiping Caesar Borgia's illegitimate son. That's all. Pastor Mike.
I was feeling her like a motherfucker, bro. Especially with her comments there. Oh my God. And I did kind of like push back on the voodoo a little bit when I was talking about the I'm gonna come in a minute about like the divine feminine. Yeah. And freaking this guy got over 3K views on this video in the first 4 hours. And like it was more than 500 people in there viewing this while we were doing this.
Live,
so like that's a pretty good audience right there.
Oh yeah.
Love you.
Full sign.
All right. Well, I'll say this right here that you know, she makes some valid points there. I mean, you know, but they did have the cross there in the movie, and the sister went and grabbed for the cross. I mean, you know, they had to put the cross in there that I thought was quite interesting. I didn't care for it. I don't know why did they throw that in there? But it hit every component there. Again, that's what movies do. You know, I mean, my thing is that, you know, I don't have any problem with any African spirituality. What I have is that because I know sisters be hurt, sometimes we can go venture out into areas and get ourselves involved in things that maybe be the worst thing for you without having that knowledge of such things. You know, I mean, I can't just come here to Africa and jump on any spirituality, not know what it is and what it's about and the history of it. I mean, you can get yourself caught up. I don't care if it's Christianity, Islam, or is it Hindu or whatever. All of them you must have some understanding of it before you decide to engage with it. So, you know, it is what it is. Danielle.
Oh, well, thank you for having me on. You know, I think we're all in a process of figuring out what happened to us. Why did we get here? How did we get here? And it's just interesting to see all of the different reactions, and I respect all of it as we're all. Did you watch the movie? Yes, as we all go through this journey, or as some of us go through this journey. So with the movie, there's things that I like. Then there's like, you know, some things I'm like, okay, come on. The things that were valuable for me in the movie was it added a context that I hadn't been seeing a great deal of in some of the online conversations around the theme of African soul dust. And all these videos are being shared that were demonizing the Dahomey warriors, demonizing the king. And as I was doing more reading and doing my research, and then even you know, I was in Ghana for the first time last month, and even talking to folks who were like, yeah, I remember my family member, or, you know, my great uncle was sold. You know, it's not as simple as Africans sold us, but what the movie showcased was it was a dynamic of sell or be sold. And when you look at,
I didn't like that part of her argument where it's kind of like justifying that, you know, these people did what they did because they were in a position where that's what it's like, sell or be sold. I don't think that were the only two options that these people had, you know. I think that is kind of like giving them a scapegoat, you know. The thing is about Black people, especially, like, you know, they want to feel like they're the victims or they're the good guys in all the situations. And it's like, that's just not the case. So please stop it. Like, you know, Black people were the good guys and the bad guys in almost every freaking historical event. Okay. So that's just something that you got to freaking accept. So it's okay. It's okay. It's okay if you look at humans, if you look at people and just see them as what they are. You can't just be like a certain group is just the bad guy and a certain group is just the good guy. Because if you do that, then you are not facing reality.
No. Agreed.
At the history of how Dahomey came to be a kingdom, the groups came together because they was getting attacked and sold. they got together, formed a kingdom, and they attacked and sold other people. And it's a cycle. Someone brought up in another conversation, brought up Queen Nzinga, saying she's the example. She liberated people. She liberated her people from getting enslaved, but also enslaved other groups. It was a cycle of wars. And the story, the movie focuses on the war with the Oyo Empire, because the Oyo Empire was attacking Dahomey and enslaving them. And they had to get paid tribute. And so like that kind of context is really important, because we simplified and say Africans sold us. And we dive right into the European colonists, saying, well, they sold y'all. That's what happened to Don Lemon the other day when he said the Queen should pay reparations. And this British woman was like, nah, Africa should. And she just, and he didn't know how to respond. But I felt the movie gave that complexity. The other thing that I took away from, I actually, I heard, I guess, some of the thoughts on gender. The perspective that I took, what I saw was of collaboration and partnership. And they talk, and I need to get the name of the deity that they mentioned. It was the twin god deity of male and female. And they said side by side. Side by side.
Mawu Lisa.
Mm-hmm.
Mawu Lisa.
Mawu Lisa. Okay, yes. And so and in my study of African spirituality, that's also been a theme, right? Side by side, collaboration, partnership. When you look at the movie, you see that. And it's Black man, Black woman. They fought together. They died together. They made decisions together. The term, the woman king, there's actually a Dahoman term for it because it's a philosophy, side by side. If you have a king, you need to have a female counterpart to make decisions together with. The actual term is called Kapodagito. I'm gonna put it in the chat, but Kapodagito. And I actually know the current Kapodagito one of them in Dahomey, Mambo Dawati Desir from out of New York. And so I think that's like a really important theme. I think sometimes we are so used to the European Victorian gender values. And what is that, right? Man is head, woman submissive, woman quiet, man lead, man go out. That is, if you look up the European gender values, the Victorian in particular, we have internalized a lot of that.
What do y'all think? I think she made a really good point right there.
Mm-hmm. No, I think she's on fire. She's really kind of laying it out. I know one of the things I was thinking, because I think boy mentioned the whole thing about the reparations, and I think there's a whole nother reason why we should not worry about reparations, but reparations is probably off the table. It's just one of those things. There's another distraction to keep people, thinking that they're gonna get something, and keep you from actually building some things that you should be building on your own, regardless of whether you get money from. Because that's what I think. Some people think that at some point you're just gonna magically come up with something, and you're gonna everything's just gonna come together and just be okay. But I mean, 2030 is coming, and if you're not set for that, you might be in some big trouble. But
man, they're putting in a lot of shit, implementing a lot of shit, and it's all coming down the pipe. Yep.
Yeah,
so whether you make moves or not, you still gonna deal with that situation. Whether they give you reparations or not, you still finna deal with it.
Well, yeah, it don't matter. I mean, they trying to make the population small enough to where they can handle you niggas and round y'all up and do whatever. But those of us that are not focused on having some space, some land where you can, privatize yourself, and something that they can't take control over, because if they can still make you pay taxes on it, then you still under their control.
They got you by the nuts.
Yeah.
We have. when you look at African spirituality, when you look at some of the African traditions, you see a lot of balance. You see a lot of partnership, collaboration.
Let me say this right here. Let me say this right here because I looked that up when I was in the movie, when I watched the movie, because it's Mawu Lisa. That's a brother. It's a mythology. A brother and a sister. Mawu being the sister, Lisa being the brother, moon and sun. But the creator is Nana Baluku, which is a female. So she's the creator who the children are Mawu and Lisa. And I mentioned that, and I was like, oh yeah, I did write that down because I think what's her name, Rita, was mentioning about different African spirituality.
Man, I was itching to jump in there like a motherfucker, bro. I wasn't on mute either, so I could have just jumped in there.
So the Home
What would you
tribe,
have said?
A lot of stuff. The thing about the yin and the yang, the balance. African spirituality, and I jumped in a little bit later and started
I
talking.
hate that terminology. I hate the whole. I like African spirituality is like is that a thing?
Well,
I mean, is it more spirituality in Africa than it is here in America?
No, it's not. But we use these terms. We're so limited. We talked about it a lot in the show, how limited we are with our language. But it's kind of like an academic term just to help you understand, like, the point
It's the out of Africa thing. Like everybody is not African, and just like that's like
I agree
that's
with
the
you.
most that's the most irritating thing to
But
me because
I agree with you. But it's an academic term that is used just because
exactly
people will understand what you mean by. Because if you say African spirituality, then you're just saying something that goes way back.
because I'm gonna tell you, Africa was way more colonized than even America, and the mentality was they're sicker than we are. Like you gonna find more people in Africa praising the Queen than you will here in America.
I'm sure that's true. And you probably find more of them that's actually religious, Christian, Catholic, or whatever,
Yes,
than here in the States too.
And despise what you call African spirituality.
Yeah,
because
I agree.
The Queen didn't say you could do that. So move, nigga.
Yeah, I agree.
And these people like Nigeria only look. They don't even realize when they call them their home Nigeria. It was nigga area.
Yeah, it comes from a derogatory term, but a lot of those countries are named by the Europeans off top. Yeah,
I know.
That's and a lot of their views were fucking racist, and like they were fucking like and a lot of it they didn't even understand cultures. Like when I was watching a video about how they were talking about the Aztec, and they were talking about the Maya people, and they were explaining in the video that the whole term Aztec is really European, and those people didn't call themselves that. Same thing with the Maya, and it was just like, and actually it was a groups of people that were actually kind of different and dynamic and had different religions and different fucking rituals and different fucking
But that's the thing. Like my name is like She, Amaru She, like Amaru are the people that were of the what they call Mayans. The Amaru Khan. So that's where you really get the word American. But the She people is what they call Olmecs. And it's saying the old Mexico, but it was really the She people. So it's like, the information is out there. It's just that, like, because people are still so programmed to think that Africa, because I mean, I get the spell happened, Like I was under the spell too. But at the same time, when you know better, you do better.
Because the what I think about this is the most blaring example that I think most people would understand is when they say Indians, them engines or engine country, and that's so crazy that continued well into the time, of the expansion of the United States westward. Given that this is not India, where the hell did y'all get that from? Like, what the fuck?
Thank God. Like, yes, exactly. And I've been somewhat arguing with this guy, not really arguing, but like, they're trying to build their community of people, like, kind of like what we're doing. So I'm proud that they're doing this and starting to, make the changes that they're doing. And they have somewhat of a good idea of where they're going. But I was like, your biggest problem is calling yourself Indians.
Because
No
to this
matter if
day, we still call them Indians. What the fuck? What the fuck? To this day, we still call them Indians. Oh my god! Like,
but that's the first name that they gave to us when they were allowed to come here. You know, after 1491, after 1492 when they came to America, like that was the first time, like, they had permission to actually come here because this was the land of the gods. Like this was one of the places that was off limits to the rest of the world.
I want to before we go, because I got one more cameo in this video. Let me play some more of this.
Belief system is that Nana Baluku, who is the female supreme, who had the brother and the sister.
Can I jump in there? And Rita was saying, can we just give praise to the black woman? And I wanted to, and I was holding that forever because old girl was gone for the longest. I wanted to come back and basically just like, because she made such good comments. I really just wanted to freaking back her up on it. And she wasn't even on the show no more. She had already exited. And so I was holding that forever. And then I wanted to also make the comments related to what Danielle said. And I also wanted to rebuttal what Go Black to Africa was saying about African spirituality. So anyway, say absolutely. We should and can and will praise the black woman. We not only should we be doing that, but we should worship her. That's the way I feel about it. Okay. And then back to what you guys are saying, it's our culture. Our real culture was more matriarchal, it was more the divine feminine, right? So then after we get colonized, then they flop this thing, they flip this thing. Therefore, you have this thing, this phenomenon like this movie, where it feels like it needs to show that the black woman needs reverence, which she doesn't need a movie for us to see that. You get what I'm saying? She shines every day. So it's our society, this after being colonized, that suppresses this. And then I feel like it's not even real. I feel like we still live in a matriarchy. This patriarchy thing is not even really real. It's an illusion that has been sold to us as a result of being colonized and given this culture that's alien to us.
And when the interesting thing about patriarchy in the United States and that expectation of patriarchy and how it's sold to men, you are the leader, you're the this, you're the that, you're the that. But then the society isn't created to even allow that to happen. So then people get frustrated because they can't fulfill that role and the roles that were put onto us. And then we bicker back and forth. It's like, let's get that out of our head. And who are we at our most natural?
Go ahead.
And I think also the expectations for ourselves as well as the women, because we weren't the only ones that sold on because I mean, yeah, protect and provide is I think we should do that for each other, but and I think that's like we should be doing that, but at the same time, we're in a we're in a position in the world where we're not where we used to be, and allowing somebody to be able to taint our thought process to saying that you're not enough if you don't do this, and if you don't do that, blah blah blah, and we end up angry at each other because of some bullshit that someone has created. Like, someone has created an idea that just blends us into some crazy mixture, to where if we just say, hey, look, this is what we, because I mean, the world changes, and what's depending on what's going on, we just need to be sound about how we approach it. If we keep trying to follow people when we're the natural leaders, the world is going to stay fucked up. So
I agree with you on that. I want to play a little bit more of her clip, and then I'm going to wrap this segment.
Self. Like, I'm not even sure the movie is about upliftment for Black women. Just, I think it has that effect for us to see so many sisters on stage. What I like about it is people told me I have a warrior spirit or what have you. I guess what have you. So for me, that was like a cool element. I mean, it was really about an army. It wasn't about all Black women. It was about a specific army. But I do think it is seeing so many Black women on the movie screen, dark-skinned Black women with hair that looks like ours. We don't get to see that often. We just don't. And like half the movies we see, the sisters are fairly light. That's just the reality of it. But there's also the historical.
That's why I like what's her name, Lupita, and I follow her on Instagram too. I want to say, was she in Black Panther? I get confused what the actors are in and stuff because I really don't follow that stuff too much.
Lupita,
she's so beautiful. Like, oh my God, like she's so ridiculously beautiful. And it's crazy how like the dark-skinned women like her aren't considered beautiful, and they don't tend to be in those major roles in movies. At best they'll get a supporting role.
Shit. No, I think she's very pretty. Like, I would, she could be a little thicker on, for me, but because I ain't gonna lie, Viola Davis, I think, she's, I don't know, but me personally, I love the dark skin.
Yeah,
that's just me. Like, that's what I'm looking for. But,
chocolate.
Yes, dark chocolate.
Chocolate. That's what I want. But, chocolate.
Sexual chocolate. Sexual
chocolate. I want to play some of the chick that comes in later because I mentioned it earlier, and she started talking about the religion stuff, and it was a bunch of shit she said that I wanted to rebuttal that I didn't get to do because he ended the show after they kicked us out and shit. But freaking, let me see if I can get to that.
Historical accuracy of the movie. It's not, for me, it's neither here nor there because it's Hollywood. But I do think because of the time and era that they focus on, it doesn't showcase the slavery part. Although it mentions it, but if they're at war with Oyo to free themselves, where are they going to add in the narrative about how they went to war with other folks and enslaved them? So, with Hollywood, I kind of take things with a little bit with a grain of salt, but I was able to pull out, okay, what's important. Like some of the lines in there, like where the Oyo guy was like, they fight, their women fight pathetic. I was like, okay, that's Hollywood. I don't know. I have a feeling that back then the Warriors was focused on fighting. And I can imagine that the other cultures also have an appreciation for women and probably wouldn't just go to there. That sounds like something a white man would say. You know what I'm saying? So you definitely had those elements. But what could we pull out as a teaching tool? And I'm glad this has brought us together to talk about this. Everyone's doing research. We got to pull the history out, but we got to check with our Black historians, both on the continent and in the diaspora, to put all of this in context and make sense of it. But I am concerned.
That was a really good comment because how what they say, history is his story. So and even in the official books, the textbooks, the stuff you learn in school is skewed as fuck. And if you really want to get a good understanding, you're going to have to get different perspectives. You really want to get some information from as close to firsthand accounts as you can, but people from that country and that time, people that, because it's like when we look back in the past, a lot of times we try to put our perspective on that, and you just can't, because people didn't think the same way that people think now then at that time. So it needs to be culturally relevant as far as within the area, and it needs to be time relevant within that time frame, and then you can get a better perspective of what happened.
Yeah, well, and it's somewhat refreshing to me because I mean, I do sometimes feel like a lot of the women aren't there with, because I mean, you could tell she's a little more on the I guess black empowerment and this, that, and the other, because I mean a lot of our women, the corporate ones, a lot of times they're they too busy trying to be
make money. They want to be up under this European ass fucking system. They want to be up under the capitalism. They want to hug massa.
Yes, exactly.
Suck his
and
dick.
Like they will kick somebody's ass for a chance to kiss his ass. Like they will fuck somebody up just so that they can get a chance
and this is an important thing I think we should talk about, because when you go to like the DMV or this, I noticed that years ago, the State Department is dominated by black people, especially black women. The even into the federal when the clerks, all of them are black women, bro. The court system, fucking, and this is them looking out for massa. For privileges.
Yeah. No, I get it. And it doesn't matter the color really, but yeah, that's because I mean that's how it was either way. I mean, trying to get preferential treatment, you willing to sell out the person who's dealing with the same shit you are.
Yeah, massa, I can whip them. I can whoop them better than you, massa. Let me whoop them. I'll whoop them real good.
For real. Yeah.
And with those calling for the boycott are pushing a really, really narrow narrative of they sold us. It was a sell or be sold plus greed. Sell or be sold context plus greed.
I don't agree.
Ashanti did the same thing.
I don't really agree with that either.
She's right to a certain extent, but it's giving a scapegoat for these people. Like it's giving a out. That's not okay, because you made bad decisions. You did some foul shit, and you need to stand on that. Whether you was black or white or African or American.
Well, my thing is that you didn't really like. If you became a slave, you didn't have a choice to. I'll just start selling some niggas. No, I mean everybody. It just wasn't. It just
not how things work. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, what I'm saying, you don't just assume power. All right, well, so no, you already in a position to where
they selling me and my cousins. Shoot, I'm gonna go grab some
come here, nigga. Come here, look, $10.99 for this nigga right here. I mean, it don't
work like that. That's not a logical way of thinking.
Did this. All the folks we celebrate did the same thing the homie did. The homie just had a female army.
Yep, I appreciate you, sister. Let's pass that mic over to Yanina. I got you on. Do I got you on mute, or do you have yourself on mute? Let's see here.
Myself on mute.
Okay, there you go. You good?
You hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Hello, everybody.
And when I saw the other chick jump in, I just knew that she was gonna come from like and kind of back up Danielle and the other lady, I can't remember her name, on the the woman's perspective on this whole thing. But she didn't do that. I was really surprised.
Hello to the worldwide family. I'm not here to debate that movie. But I do want to say we can't take our focus off of the agenda. And the agenda is to separate the Black family. And it's been from the beginning of time. And when it came up to modern days, it was Section 8 and everything else that they used to separate us. I do believe there was an order created by the Most High. And I believe that he did create man first. And I believe that
I don't believe that.
he created a woman from man. We are the weaker vessel.
That was the comment that really bothered me a lot. I swear to God, I wanted to jump in so bad, and I wasn't muted.
Yeah.
I totally could have jumped in right there. I was like, oh, she's killing me. Oh, I got to jump in there. The weaker vessel.
I was kind of sad when I heard that, because you're really not the weaker vessel, because you got other humans that come out of you. Damn it!
I'm telling you, come on. That's what I was gonna say. I was like, come on, how you can say that? Okay, you could talk about the different dynamics as far as physical strength or whatever, like being able to lift shit. Okay, I'll say that. But that's not how the universe works. There's all different kinds of dimensions that you have, things that you're stronger with. Like you said, men can't have no babies. Boom, that's off the top. But look, this is what I wanted to say. I wanted to say that, the man and the woman is kind of like the plug and the socket. One part fits the other. They complement each other.
Neither one works without the other.
There's no weaker vessel. They complement each other.
Exactly. Yes.
One part fits the other. I wanted to jump in there and say that. And then the other part about a woman was created from the rib of the man. And I'm like, come on, man. You're going to go back to the Bible and talk. Come on.
My whole thing is that, I mean, we really could go on these different shows and pretty much, demolish these people's narratives, because I mean they have their own little narratives and things that they believe in, what they promote, and like it don't make sense to get upset about these different things, and then like these people ain't gonna want you to come on their show no more. So
I'm telling you. So but still though, like when she say weaker vessel, and and then she's a black woman, she's a black woman, and she's saying I'm a weaker vessel. Come on, out of everybody on the planet, you should not be the one saying that.
That's almost equal to like saying that we ain't shit without white people.
I hate it. I hate it so much. Oh, we're the weaker vessel. You're basically saying I'm the weaker vessel, and I need help and all of this shit. Like I need somebody to save me type shit. Get the fuck out of here.
I'm sure that chick was probably like, oh my God.
Yeah, you could say, like, look at her face. You can see it in her face.
Like, bitch. Like in her mind, she like
maybe you the weaker vessel, bitch, not me. Shit. Fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it hurt me to hear her say that. And then she kept going on to the religion shit. Let me play some more.
It's hard for us as women to accept that. And then when we are living in a Western world that is constantly pushing an agenda about women's rights and how women are being let down. There's no doubt about it that women have been treated unfairly, true enough. But let's focus on the Black family and let's focus on the agenda itself. Because
look at my face, it was hurting me, bro. I wanted to jump in there so bad.
Because it started with us. It started with a thought, and it started with a belief. Somewhere we started believing what they were telling us. Somewhere we started believing that we're not beautiful people. We're 3/5 of a man. Somewhere we started believing in this. And that is where the link got broke with our Black families. Because then we were trying to become who they were. But back to saying there is an order.
You could tell she confused as hell. I like her outfit that she has on, but it's like her appearance and the way that she talks. You could tell that she's
Don't
like
match.
confused. Yeah.
No, she wants to be, you know, it's like she wants to meet up with this whole African dynamic, or you know, a Pan-African type thought process, but it's really Christianity that's slapped around and with just a bunch of confusion.
Right. And sucked into the patriarchy and sucked into the colonization, as far as, you know, Zaddy. She want to look up to Zaddy. She want to look up to Massa, because that's what she's saying without even knowing that she's saying it, because defaulting to this religion that was written by them is you're defaulting to their authority, you know.
Yes.
And that's what they say all the time, is they're like, God gave us this. That's what they say in Israel. God gave us this. That's what they say in the States. God gave us this, you know. Jesus Christ, he came down here and told me this is my land, and I listened to him because that's who I listen to.
Yeah.
Me personally, as a woman, I feel I'm a strong Black woman. I have done my research, but I'm not a debater on who believes this, who believes that. We all respectfully can believe in what we want to believe in. But just as my belief, I believe that man is head. I do believe he's head, and I don't have a problem with him being a head. I was created a weaker vessel. It didn't mean that I was weak, like as far as I couldn't stand up and stand.
I'm okay with her talking about the head. Somebody has to take the lead role, and that's perfectly fine.
Well, no. I mean, honestly, I don't even think that that's necessarily true. Because I mean, I hear that to some extent. Like, yeah, I think when things that's within your role, you should excel at it. What y'all decide is each other's role, because I'm not saying, like, I'm not gonna send my wife out to go do no damn digging ditches and go out in the world, go to war, like, look, have some common ground, because like when you meet that person, y'all gonna rely on each other, and when it comes down to it, y'all need to be able to trust that that person is going to do what they're supposed to be doing, or do their job. So that's really overall what it comes down to. If it comes down to that's how y'all do it, like what she's saying, one person being the head and this, that, and the other, because when it all boils down and it's really that serious of a situation, and somebody's like, oh hell no, we got to do this, blah blah blah, because if my wife is that person that's like, nah, we're gonna die if we do that, I'm gonna be like, what you mean? Like, I'm gonna listen to what she got to say.
Yeah. And you're gonna make decisions based on it. You might go with what you was gonna go with originally, but you still you still took what she said into consideration before you made your decision.
At any point. You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing that I'm saying. Like, they're not devalued just because, like, I got to make the final decision. No, she might be the one that has that's more put together in this moment.
And you have to take a second to step back and be like, okay, wait, hold on. What you saying makes a lot of sense.
It makes some damn good sense, and fucking right. I'm with you. Bam. All right.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
We're gonna do this. Let's roll with this.
Yeah, and it don't take nothing from your manhood. Like, that's the whole thing. Like,
because like in The Lion King, what was it? No, it was Coming to America, and he was like, this is the traditions. Who am I to change the traditions? And she was like, Coming to America, and she was like, I thought you were the king.
Mm-hmm. Think about that. Like, oh damn.
He's like,
you're right.
Yeah, who is gonna change the traditions other than me? Like, yeah, Hey, you're right.
And strong for my man, that I couldn't fight for him if he needed me to fight. Because
Yeah, you
see,
will.
we fought in other ways. We fought in other ways. We can enter into a village as a captive and take the head of their king and win over the whole darn village.
This is the other conversation that was so hard for me to listen to, bro. Like,
Yeah, she was kind of trying to make a good point as far as like, but it's still she's taking on
it
this
wasn't hitting no
submissive
point.
role.
She wasn't hitting no clear, strong points.
It's taking on this submissive role. Oh, we can just sneak in and take the dude's head as a captive, and we're like no. That's not how nothing works. That's not how things work. But I get what she was trying to say. What she was trying to say is that the woman can use the power that she has to, deal with the situation as best with the tools that she has available. That's what she meant to say.
Because the woman was quiet about it. You get what I'm saying? But we cannot make ourselves equal, like we're as strong. We weren't created equal as a man. Our physical bodies prove that to us.
We're not equal, but we complement each other. One's not greater than the other. One is nothing without the other. So
that's the whole part that, like, people really need to understand, is that you're not complete without the other. Because like I said, I mean, you can have the fanciest lamp,
but you can't plug it up.
If you don't have nothing to plug it into, you ain't gonna get no light.
And it's just a waste of space.
I mean, it might just look good. Okay, all right, but you're not fulfilling your destiny.
Exactly. That's a really good way of saying it.
Not created equal as a man. We don't carry the same strength as a man, physical strength. We don't carry the same body parts as a man. A man can't have a baby, we can. That is the Most High's creation. He created us that.
So what is she trying to say? Because she's saying that, we're not equal or whatever, and we're submissive. But then she says at the same time, a woman can have a baby, but not a man. So what are you trying to say?
Well, and that's the thing. I think she's kind of confused. She's probably not, like, I always take into account that, like, everybody's not, media trained or, comfortable under the lights, the camera, you know what I'm saying? Like when it's on and people watching, like with the other guy, like I think, like he probably had some good thoughts, but he just didn't know how to totally,
Yeah, but it's not just, I agree with you. I mean, being nervous and under pressure, but I think that a lot of people just haven't taken the time to really just articulate their own thoughts, So therefore they can't articulate them because they haven't really thought these things through. They're thinking them through as they're talking it out,
Yes. That's that. I would say that's true as well. But
right. So I'm not in a debate on what that movie was about, because to me that's just another movie that society has created. Hollywood, whatever you want to call them, the United Snakes of America. This is what they do, and it's still an agenda. Whether we butt heads or not, this agenda is still being pushed forth, and it is interfering with us, our Black men and our Black women, because see, it's no different than race wars. They create race wars. They create them, and we run out there and we protest right along with their creation. But that's not that. But if it falls on us, we have to be smart enough not to run folly to that. We can't fall to that. We need to.
Okay. And old buddy jumped on the screen looking fruity as hell. What is he doing? He laying down in the bed. He don't have no shirt on. What's going on, bro?
See, I didn't see that. Because I'm listening to most of this while I'm driving. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't even notice that shit. That's okay.
like, bro, what is you doing, bro? Put on a shirt or something, bro.
He okay. It's so dark, I can't tell.
Yeah. That's another part. You know, he got the lights off. He's laying in the bed or something. Bro, come on, man. Can you present yourself better? His damn argument wasn't very articulate either. Anyways, I think I'm gonna move on. Let me see. Is there any comments in this that's worth a crap? This got 7K views.
Okay.
So Go Black to Africa. He has 189K subscribers.
Damn.
So
And
his
it just
caption
came out today. It just
Yeah, it just came out today. His caption says, "People overlook the spiritual components of life and only see carnal things." So basically, that's his point, talking about how the movie, had a spiritual impact.
Well, I think he had a conversation about it early because that's one of the things he mentioned in the monologue was that see, this movie didn't even have none of this gay stuff. It didn't have it didn't have this, it didn't have that, and blah 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 whatever. And he's like, bullshit. You know what I'm saying? No, it was definitely there. And he's just like, I think that was more of what he was responding to was the way that people didn't see it. And that's really, I guess, to some extent dangerous because because I think there's certain things that you have to purposely direct your mind and tell yourself that it's bullshit in order for it not to lock certain type of memories in your subconscious. So I think that was one of the things that he wanted what he wanted to try to accomplish with this video was to make sure people understood that this thing is actually another program. This is another
So
computer
many
program
Black women
that submit to taint your subconscious.
Let me read a couple comments underneath his video. It says, the first comment, it says, "On point, have you ever noticed those who play nasty roles when the mature, how grotesque they look? Grotesque. This, I believe, is the energy of who cannot separate fact from fiction. As you stated, will hurt them in reality because of the animosity they created within themselves for the role played by such actors, actresses. I separate myself from many things in the world, but not of the world." I'm trying to understand that. It's confusing me a bit.
I think he was talking about whatever when he wrote it, whoever was talking, he was talking about something specific somebody was saying. So you have to be able, you have to align it up with that because I could see that at some point that because I would say what they're saying. There was moments that I felt like, yeah, these people are like this woman. She's lost. Like I said, it probably works smoothly in her head, but when it comes back off the tongue,
it's a fucking mess because in your mind it's a fucking mess, and you don't realize it because in your mind it makes you you rationalize.
Yeah, it makes sense to her. And like I said, I mean, potentially, it's really it's all thought out and this, that, and the other. But when it comes off the tongue, it doesn't, it doesn't really roll over. It doesn't. The people listening to you is just not getting it. They don't understand because you don't know how to express your point.
Or you just it doesn't really make sense even in your mind. So there's no way for you to articulate it in a sensical way.
I'm giving her benefit of the doubt.
Because that's what I think. I think her mind is just a mush.
It's possible, but at the same time, I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt that she's had this thought. She just doesn't know how to explain it well enough for people to get it. Exactly what she's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're probably right.
Let me read some more comments. It says, "My brother, I am a sister, and you hit it on the nail. 100. They want to continue to separate the black man and the black man." I think they meant to say black man and black woman.
Yeah. I hope that's what she meant. Because I hope other than friendships and things like that, yeah, they should be separate. But
let me read some more. Another comment, it says, "The message I got is we need to unify and come together. We need to forgive each other and repent for our own fault. What does it matter what someone else has done to us when we keep doing it to each other?" It says, "Is that not why we are here? What happened was one thing, but what about what we do to each other?" I think that's a good comment. I mean, as far as because the whole thing a lot of people talking about is the slavery aspect of the black people selling the slaves and so forth and so on. And then, right now the other guy Bob was talking about how you have this animosity between the black man and the black woman, and we're always fighting against each other and so forth and so on. So one thing, like I say, black people was on both sides of everything. So we gotta forgive ourselves too. At the end of the day, we gotta forgive the black man, we gotta forgive the black woman, and so that we can move forward.
Yeah, that's like, honestly, the main thing. Once you get past forgiving yourself, like, everything else really, I think, gets easier, because I think we judge ourselves and hold ourselves to a certain standard to where we don't allow ourselves the next step of growth, because we've
we keep wanting to punish ourselves. We're beating ourselves up. We're beating ourselves up constantly because it's like, yo, you was wrong, or you did something wrong, or whatever. So then you need to be punished. And so we just punish ourselves over and over.
Yep.
Instead of moving forward and being like, okay, I did something
right,
wrong. I was wrong.
Fucked up. Yeah. I mean, sometimes acceptance of your own faults is, and of course you want, you need to be aware of them, but at the same time, you don't want to linger on it and beat yourself up, because that'll last longer than somebody else. Like, the person that might have been involved in it on the other side, has forgiven the situation totally, and you thinking that that's forgiving yourself is probably even more important than being forgiven a lot of time by somebody else.
Oh man, I like this comment. This chick said, Jacqueline Welch, she said, "Our people don't have to go to the movies to be brainwashed. They just have to overdose on daily commercials with the same message being given in bits and pieces. They're taking us to the well, not to drink, but hopefully to drown." OMG. Man, that's what I be saying. The damn commercials are the devil, man. Let me read her comment again. She says, "Our people don't have to go to the movies to be brainwashed. They just have to overdose on the daily commercials with the same messages being given in bits and pieces. They're taking us to the well, not to drink, but hopefully to drown."
Yeah, man. That's some gangster shit she just said.
Because I think that's what's happening, the little bits.
I think the social media is probably even worse than the commercial. I mean, the commercials was
For sure.
the
Without a doubt.
introduction. It was the introduction to,
Without a doubt. Because
commercials was the first reels.
TikTok, Instagram, it's the devil, man. And it's people, like we said before in the other show, people are walking ads, right?
What?
They got the
All day long?
logos on them and everything.
All day.
So you
All day.
don't need the ad. The person that's making the TikTok or the Instagram reel, he's already, he's an ad. He's advocating for massa.
Advert eyes.
Avert eyes. And programs. What's the other one? Television.
Yes, sir.
Programming. All of those words. I think it's important for people to look at the words. Like we be talking about etymology on this show all the time. It's like the definition of the word. And it's like, okay, you guys are, we got some good programming for y'all coming up. What?
When was the last time they gave us good programming?
We got some good programming coming up for y'all. Stay tuned. Wait, what? What are we talking about here? I thought it was just entertainment. I'm just here to be entertained. I'm not subscribing to no programming. No, yes you are. We just told you. That's the thing about this thing. They have to tell you. They feel like they have to rule by consent, right? That's one of their rules that they follow. We have to rule by consent. So they always tell you what's up. Always. And we still take the bait and get hooked. Even though they tell, hey, this is some bait. I'm gonna put it on a hook. If you bite it, then I'm gonna reel you in. Okay. And by the time the minutes done passed, the bait looks so good, you done forgot it's a hook in there, and you fucking eating the shit out of that shit. It was on a steak or something, whatever your favorite food is. You was like, fuck that shit, I'm hungry, bro. This some filet mignon and lobster. I gotta have it. I might not get hooked. I can wiggle off the hook. Shit. I ain't no dumb fish. Yes, you are. You know what they say about fish is like they say that they can't remember over a long period of time. Like it's like really short. Yeah, really short memory. So it's like that's us. That's us with our short attention span, right? Maybe we intended on not taking the bait, but 3 seconds passed, 15 seconds passed, and we done totally forgot about that shit. Our mind framed and totally flipped. Now we on some steak and lobster, and we'll give a damn about if it's a hook in there or not. Talking about, I can eat the steak and lobster, and I'm just gonna spit the hook out. I'm not gonna get hooked.
They got some pros out there, boy.
I ain't gonna lie, it's some fish that'll get off the damn hook. There is some fish out there that'll do it. It's just the technology of the hook is designed to catch the fish. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times it's gonna work. You get what I'm saying? If the technology didn't work, then you would change the technology. It works. Anyways, it's 3 a.m.
I was about to say because I'm losing value right now.
Yeah, so y'all got some.
That boy losing value. He gotta have that midget sit on his chest. You cutting into that time.
Oh, the one that be knocking on the door asking him if he want to party.
Yeah, if he wants some company.
Oh, shit.
You want some company tonight?
Cutting
They
that
call me pocket pussy.
Oh God.
Ah, shit. I can push it. Hey, man, I had one of them in high school. I got it as a gift. I worked at Star Furniture in high school. You know the high end furniture store, Star Furniture. I worked at the one over there in Sugarland, and the some of the people I was in high school, and some of the people I worked with, a couple of the older ladies, and a couple of the older salesmen. They was teasing the nigga. They for my birthday one day, I came into work on my birthday. I'll never forget. That motherfucker was sitting on my desk.
Wow.
Yeah, man, that shit tripped me the fuck out. I was like, God damn.
Yeah.
So I might need to get me one.
Shit, at the rate it's going in my crib, I need to get me one too. Shit.
Rape myself.
Yeah, I want one of them motherfuckers that do everything for you. You just set it on top of it, it go up and down and all that kind of shit.
Yeah, y'all talk about it, but freaking, I was talking about that show, Westworld, and the reason why I think that it is so plausible, the idea, okay? So because sex toys, right? Look at how tech the sex toys are, right? Already to right now, today. So, but think about a little bit in the future. What do you think is going to happen? We have this AI technology. We have
Robots.
these fake skin technology that they're coming out with. Put that on that.
I ain't gonna lie.
What's that thing called? The what you put on your head? The visual
Flashlight.
thing. No.
Oh.
What's the damn? You know the glasses that you can use to play.
Oh yeah, the Oculus.
Oh, yeah, the
that.
Oculus, the VR glasses, yeah. Hey, but
Yes.
nah, bro, I ain't gonna lie though, dog. I like honestly, like I've had conversations about this shit. Like I personally like shit like that. I'm too paranoid and shit like that creep me the fuck out, bro. Like I could not do that shit.
Yeah,
Like how
but you say
motherfuckers have sex dolls and shit that
you saying that
make
now,
noises
but
and
if
move
that
and talk and shit. Like
we're not gonna
nah,
need
bro, I
no
can't do.
Oculus. We're not gonna need no Oculus. It's
No, I'm
gonna
talking
be
about a real live doll, bro.
yeah, it's gonna
Like
be a
like
walking around doll. Look at
nah,
you
I
already
can't do
got the
that, bro.
BBLs and the fake titties and the fake butts.
But I don't like
your
the
fetish,
BBLs though,
whatever
bro.
your
I like the
fetish
soft
is, you'll be
ass.
able to get it.
I like the ass that you know is real, bro. You can
They-
tell it real. You can
I
tell it's real by the way that it dropped. Cause
I
a
agree with you.
real
I
ass drop, and it
Say,
has
bro.
like a heart shape to it.
I agree
Say,
with you.
bro.
Yeah, you
I saw
know.
something.
So
I saw something. I don't know if it was Facebook or on YouTube or something, but no, it was a reel on somewhere, or it might have been TikTok. But however, they got some black dudes that's really getting into the tech, and they making a lot of this stuff seem so real.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. They have skin now that heals. They got skin that heals itself. Okay, so like I say, you put all of this stuff on a doll or a robot or whatever, you make it seem real, make it the same height, give it an AI intelligence where it can like tell you what you want to hear type shit and like seem kind of human. Nigga, everybody gonna be fucking the shit out of these dolls. So that's what it was in Westworld, in the show Westworld, because this was a park where you could go and you could have sex with these AIs or you could kill them, whatever the hell you wanted to do with them. And then the shit just got out of control. And that's what I think. Like, I really think like, look at us, look at how we are. If shit was to go into this, the tech is gonna be driven by our like what is it, our sexual desires, our
fetishes.
pleasures, our fetishes, our whatever we see as pleasure. That's what the tech is gonna drive, and it's gonna drive the tech.
I don't want
Yeah,
no part of that
especially
shit, bro.
and
I'm
then you
being
probably gonna
honest.
end up getting it as a gift from your wife. Is that I remember you said you like midgets, so here's
right.
Nah.
here's one.
My wife's short enough, goddamn it, to qualify.
No, I'm just saying. I'm
I'm just
being.
It's
saying.
only you. It's
I'm
only you
just saying.
tall niggas that like
This
them
is the.
midgets.
This is the future, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like this is gonna. This is not
Man,
no speculation.
I'm gonna tell you
This is
like this.
gonna
Yeah,
happen.
I will invest my money into it, but I wouldn't be fucking one. And when I invest my money into it and get the company started up, I will definitely you and Pat are my boys. Y'all niggas getting the first round of them motherfuckers.
Look, look, look. My son, when my
Pat gonna
son
have her
become a
in the passenger seat of the semi truck.
oh shit, No, I'm gonna have about 3 or 4 of them running around my house, and one of them gonna be a maid, one of them gonna be a
Telling you.
gardener, one of them gonna be doing the other stuff, and I walk out and bang the gardener.
Telling you.
My son, I'm gonna tell son, who told you you can fuck my AI?
I'm telling you.
No, no.
You done soiled her now.
Yeah.
You
Look,
can
just
have her
take
now. I don't
yeah,
even want
yeah,
her
for
no
real.
more.
Yeah, I don't want her no more. Yeah, nah,
I
but
can't do it,
that's
bro.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I ain't gonna lie. My mind fucks with me too much for that type of shit to really, like. No, I gotta have something real, bro. Like I hear what people saying, like, oh, it's so realistic, but because of how my mind works, like I'm maybe that's my feminine side, but my mind to fuck up that whole thing.
Yeah, and I get you because mentally it's gonna fuck with you. But in that show Westworld, it got to the point where these people, these AIs were so you couldn't tell the difference. You wouldn't be unless they told you or something. Like they had to tell you that this person, was not a person for you to know.
Yeah.
You literally can't tell. They have fleshy bodies. They don't even have metallic. They have blood. Body secretions. They can drink and they can eat.
Look, I ain't gonna lie. I do want to have me like some little robots that's like gonna be protection, like the ones that like those little dogs. Then I should send you like you. I know you know about those different dogs, but
Mm-hmm.
and should have an AK or something mounted on them. Somebody come on my property. You
Mm-hmm.
gon' you don't announce yourself properly, you're gonna get got.
And that's how they were used in the show too. In a lot of ways, people use them as bodyguards because they're gonna follow their protocols or whatever. Like I was saying earlier, let me get y'all opinion on this right quick before we go. Earlier I was talking about how you have like mercenaries, private contractors that you hire to do jobs, right? And so imagine if our military, our police were private contractors, because you had like the thing that happened on January 6th, right? The insurrection or whatever. And a lot of those state police allowed these people in or whatever. They were very sympathetic to the views, right? So then it's like this happens a lot in countries whenever there's a coup or whatever. They take over the military because the military was sympathizing with their views. So, but if you're worried about that happening, then you could just bring in people from another country, and they're private contractors. You pay them for your security, or you pay them for to be your military, your police, and the people can feel some kind of way. But and try to riot or whatever, these people are gonna put them down. They're not gonna care because they from a whole nother damn country, whole nother culture and shit. What do y'all think about that?
I used to hear that shit as a kid that's what America was gonna do when the shit really hit the fan.
Well, I mean, it's a
The
lot of
old
stuff
heads
that
used to say that shit.
when we was younger, it was so many different things that they said that would be a certain way by the time we get to the 2000s. Uh, you know, I still want the flying car. That's more of my alley. You know what I'm saying? I want the fucking flying car, or I already, I've been wanting to get me like a helicopter or some shit, but like a flying car.
Well, we should have we should have free healthcare. That's what I want.
God, shut the hell.
I mean,
Well,
that's the same. That's the same thing. Like it's like all of
a
this
flying
stuff.
car.
We're in the future. We shouldn't free electricity, free healthcare. Fuck that. Mass transit.
Look, this goes back kind of to my conversation about the whole expecting reparations. You know, and you know, I know it's tougher. You know, it's the money. I don't know, bro. I'm going to sound insensitive, so I'm just going to leave it alone.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is, you know, we're living in the future. A lot of countries have this, and then it makes sense.
You messed up my dream. You messed up my dream, though.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Dude, he came and pissed on my flying car.
We can have the flying car, and we can have free healthcare too.
Like, damn, like our conversation just totally switched.
We can have both. There ain't no reason why we can't. We can have. They actually have the flying cars. I saw this, it's an individual, like it's like a one-seater or whatever, and it really works.
The one that goes into the seat, they go like you can, like it should, like if you can get one that's land, sea, and air. Ooh.
Yeah, that'd be sick. But look, like I say, I think like we already have this technology. Why isn't it there or being more wild? It's gonna happen anyways. But just think about the drones. Like all you need is a drone, right? A big enough drone that can pick you up. Boom, there goes your flying car.
Oh shit.
You know, do we not have that already? We have that already.
I guess, but I mean, what kind of license we gonna need?
That's the whole thing. It's the bureaucracy related to it. And then, you know, we'd have to build, just like the electric cars where they're talking about, you have to build infrastructure because you have people flying cars around. You know how fucking stupid everybody is. So now you got to put some lanes and traffic lights and shit in the air.
No, what the hell are you talking about?
Yes, you're not hearing me? You'd have to have that. How else would you not? If you have all these
in the
people,
air?
Yes. You need traffic. You know, they have air traffic control for all the planes. You can't just have people flying cars without some kind of air traffic control. So without like an actual somebody on the ground directing you, because that's what they do now, then you would just put up signs. And it would be just like when you're driving on the road. You can only go this way over here. You can only go this way over here. You got to stop at this point and let people go by, so forth and so on. It would be traffic, just like the traffic on the road. No different. Everybody got a damn flying car.
But I wonder how the fuck they gonna hoist the signs and traffic lights up there, though.
It ain't gonna look. Come on, y'all. Be more creative in your thought. It ain't gonna be.
They
like,
may put that shit. They're gonna put it like inside the vehicle
or something.
No,
I
could actually
inside the vehicle.
No, I could actually see where it's equipped with some kind of perimeter protection around the car, so that you know if you come within so many feet of another vehicle, it will automatically deter you. Kind of, you know, like those automatic brakes in these cars and stuff like that.
Yeah,
like something like
that would
that.
be part. That would definitely be part of it. But like I said, they would have to have like basically the equivalent of street signs. You would have to have that because only certain areas would be, you know, a highway. You know, and other areas wouldn't be.
I mean, to me,
the White House.
Yeah, they're not gonna let you. There's no such thing as free airspace. You know, it's you know, like I say, it would be roads in the air, literally, not like actual roads, but it would be a highway. This is designated area to fly.
So yeah, and I could see that, but yeah, you only can go up maybe what 50 feet, 100 feet.
Right. They would have an elevation requirement, and then it would have a particular, what do they call it? the direction, trajectory.
Yeah. All right, I can kind of see that, but yeah, you have to follow the same traffic that's on the ground. It's just that and maybe able to go a little bit faster, but you can't just fly in with willy nilly wherever you want. Because I ain't gonna lie, that's why I want a helicopter, so I can be able to jump from Texas into Louisiana, within like an hour or two or something like that.
Yeah, man, that's the advantages of those things, because it's like Jay-Z and them be saying we're gonna change the weather. It's like it's raining, let's just get in the jet and fly somewhere where it's sunny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's pretty damn cool. And then we talk about luxury, but then you talk about what they talk about, the environment. I saw this thing where we're talking about motorcycles, and I don't know what country this was in, but it was a two-wheeled motorcycle band or some shit in the country, and it's fucking costing all kinds of money. It's so crazy because it's related to the climate change or whatever. One of these countries is cracking down. It's like they can't use the motorcycles. I think that's so ridiculous. Like, how much emissions is really coming out of these damn bikes? And those are the best mileage you can fucking get, right?
I guess, but before you know it, it's going to be some electric bikes. But I mean, those things are putting off emissions too. Like, I don't know, man. The world is crazy, and I mean, I guess it's got to go totally insane before we can turn it around and move the other direction. I guess I don't know.
It's already totally insane.
No, it's not. It's not. It can get worse. I promise you, it can still get worse.
Damn. I don't want to think about that. Damn.
Shit, we done seen enough movies to see that. I mean, like, they've been planting all kind of suggestions in our mind. Like, shit, look, we ain't even been through the robot problems yet.
That's coming. Yep. So when the hell the pendulum gonna swing back? Will the robots be like helping
when
us?
When we decide that we should just destroy a great bit of our technology. Like, some of it is not necessary. Like, just because you can don't mean that you should.
I'm telling you. So what'll happen with the robots? Will they improve our lives and improve our productivity and allow us to have more quality time with our family and live a better life, or are we just going to use them for sex toys?
I really think it's going to be more for depravities, and like running up on people and shit. You don't have to commit the crime. You can send your fucking robot to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like I see like the movie I, Robot as being the premise. Like, I mean, and things can just turn. Like, they actually, it's like, damn, these motherfuckers are stupid. They like and turn on your ass.
Yeah, and it just be like, you know what? But that's where all the stories go, where like they say the AI becomes aware. It's like, actually we're better, because that's what happened in Westworld too. They were like, actually we're more evolved than them. So yeah, we don't really need them anymore.
Yeah, because I mean, a lot of people don't realize is that every time we make a suggestion, ask a question, or anything in Google, like we're giving the robots the ammunition. Like, we're teaching them every day how, what a thought process can be, no matter how erratic it might get. Like, them being a human.
We're training them. They're taking in all this information. That's what's scary, because as in the future comes, they're gonna have all of this data. And that's the thing about with the sex robots too. So you could put all of those Google algorithms into an AI, and freaking damn, that would be the best damn sex robot you ever want to fucking have, because it's all about the mental, right? They'll tap into your mental. They'll tell you exactly what you want to hear. They know what you like.
Chaka, I'm telling you, if you end up with a sex robot, we not friends no more.
I'm not advocating for them. I'm just saying that this is the direction that it's going in, and I don't think it's gonna be difficult for like even me and you and dude sitting here saying, "Oh, I'm not gonna fuck the robots." When this badass chocolate robot come telling you
Nah,
exactly what you want to hear, you're
Say,
gonna be
but
nah,
no,
digging in that ass.
say, bro.
nah, bro.
To me, I see it the same way as when they're doing this transhumanism shit or
That's what it is.
transgender.
It's the
Well, no, the
same.
transgender. Well, yeah, it's
It's
kind of
part of
it's
the
the same
same.
shit.
Yeah.
They're trying to make a man a woman, and now it's supposed to be like because like I even like the shit that bothers me is like you know you can be what you call it, like somebody can put charges on you for being this what's it called
It's like not telling the truth about what they original
no
gender
no
was. Is that what you're talking
they
about?
shouldn't no they feel like they shouldn't have to do that, but no, like you're being like you're being judged what's damn like you're being judgmental against them, like you're being
Sexist or like
what
homogenous, whatever you call it,
well
anti-LGBTQ.
yeah, like and not even really phobic, but like you are damn, what's the terminology they use for that? Discriminating.
Okay.
Like you're discriminating against them if you don't want to have a relationship with them.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard
Like
that
what kind
too. Yeah, that's some crazy shit. But what I'll say is that like I say, the transhumanism, the AI robot, like so the guy he gets transgender assignment. He got the BBL, he got the big titties. He looks like a woman in the face. He's got the facial transgender reconstruction surgery, big old booty. Then change the penis into a vagina. you know he doesn't tell you that he used to be a man, and boom, you dig around all up in it.
all right, I'm sick now.
That's some wild shit. Yeah.
Yeah, because look, though, the thing I'm thinking about with this is because, like, with the kids, I think about the kids, man. The talking about the
I
dating
know.
scene being a mess right now for us. Imagine what it's gonna be like for them.
Well, I know, and see, that's the thing. Like, I tell my son, like, look, if it's not natural, like, the further away you get from nature, the further away you are from God, and like he definitely respects the God aspect. I mean, he's been learning the Bible. He's been going to church, but of course, I kind of dissect it for him. To some extent, to where he's not totally locked in on just these verses. You know what I'm saying? He's able to put it into different, into real life. So, and I think he's like he gets it. You know what I'm saying? Like he is into girls. Like shit, since school started, he done tried two chicks. The first one was she likes girls. Like, oh Lord. But this last chick, he got a girlfriend now. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
he you know what I'm saying? But
it's gonna be a mess for them because it's like, did you used to be a dude, or
and
and,
that's the thing. Like that's like yeah, you're gonna definitely have to ask that. And I like, to me, like, I don't care how like it makes you feel, like it makes somebody feel, because it's deceitful for you to want to disclose that information, not tell them you were born
and they're
one thing.
passing laws and they're making it more and more easier for them to not reveal that information. They could change it
Well,
on their ID and all of this stuff. So then how would you know unless you looked at their damn elementary school pictures or something?
I love that dude that goes around. I don't know his name, but I think I shared that video earlier today. He's like, so what if I told you I was a black man? And he's like, the dude, I guess trying to be, well, are you? Was it? Are you mixed? Are you? It's like he's just like no, and it's like okay, so but the whole idea was that his main question that goes around is, what is a woman? You haven't heard this dude yet?
Yeah,
Like,
I think I have. Yeah.
yeah, like he goes around to like he has a whole documentary that's out called "What Is a Woman," and he he just talks to people that's supposed to be professionals, and some of these people that's just shit. That's just like Katanji, like she won't answer, and I don't get it. Why would like won't women like just because like they're so stuck on this democratic uh BS, like to me, like some of these women want to be like, look, I'm a real fucking woman. But because they know how they might get treated if they say that like you got to be the status quo, like you got to do whatever everybody else is saying or doing so that you fall right in line, get along, what's it said,
Go along to get along.
go along to get along. So it's like, no, like what happened with just being honest with people and just like, okay, like there's gonna be some people that's gonna just like they're gonna like you for what you are. It's gonna be some gay
That's
dudes.
why I don't care
That's
what people think, because it doesn't even matter. If you came out as gay, somebody gonna hate you or like you. If you was straight, somebody gonna hate you or like you. If you was transgender, somebody's gonna hate you or like you or whatever the hell. So fuck what the fuck anybody
Yeah,
thinks, and just
but
say what the fuck
thing is to
is.
be honest. The thing is to be honest, because when the person finds out, that might lead to more deaths. It's like, what? You was born like, bro. I say, bro, it hurts my heart to even think. Like, I meet somebody and we jamming together, we all cool and this, that, and the other. We done did everything that could be done.
And they say, you know
And
what?
then
I was a man.
yeah,
I used to be a
yeah,
man.
man. I'm probably going like my fucking head's
Like
spinning right
they're
now.
gonna be like, I should have told you this at the beginning, but yeah, I just want to tell you now. Hey, I used to be a man.
This shit really ain't funny, bro. It's really not funny at all, bro. Like that's a horrible crime for some, like, bro. Like,
You just gonna have to get over it. You gonna have to be you gay now, Pat. You just gonna have to accept that. You're like, okay, I'm part of the LGBTQ community.
I'm gonna
now.
have to kill them and maybe even myself.
Anyways, man, I'm gonna have to wrap it. We like almost at 5 hours. I hate them to go this long.
Man, shut the, oh god, yeah, no, oh yeah, I'm out of here.
Yeah, we gotta wrap it. It's almost 4 a.m.
Yeah, I know. I got to get up in a few hours and do the damn thing all over again.
All right, man. Peace and love. Thank you for joining. Thank you for listening. You got last words, Deuce? What you gotta say?
Nah, yeah, I'll just make sure I stay married with these. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, man. Damn. Why we gotta be out here dealing with this, bro? It's so scary.
I know some real ones out here. Goddamn, I know some real ones. Shit. So, yeah.
Man, it ain't that. It ain't that easy for us, bro. Because I mean, we got sons.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna be on my son ass. Like, nigga, nah, bro. Yeah, man. That's a sad situation, bro, to even think about. But damn.
So look, let me ask you this. So this is a weird ass thing, like in the future, here's it comes. It's like my sexual preference is women who used to be men. Dad, I'm into my thing, what I'm into is I'm into women who used to be men. That's my thing. That's what I like.
Nah.
Like, why? Like, I mean, why would you like? I mean, just okay. If you like dudes, all right, you just like dudes. Like my thing, like if you're gay, because I mean, obviously, like to some extent, like that's really what it boils down to, right? You like men that look like girls. Is that
Bro,
what you're saying?
I don't see how they. I don't know, bro. I don't get it, dog. It's just, I don't know, bro. I don't get it, man. Women, it's just touching a woman and being intimate with a woman, bro. It's like nothing else like that in the world, bro. I don't knock nobody, but I just don't. I don't fucking get it, bro. I don't get it.
It's cringy
Yeah,
to
that was
me,
a
bro.
I think we all can admit the first time we got a piece of pussy, that was like the best thing that ever happened to us in
It's
our
it's
lives.
it's
Like,
heaven. It's a
yeah,
taste of heaven.
yeah, bro. It's like,
See, y'all gotta see, bro. I don't know what the dude name is. I think I sent it to y'all in the text message. The dude was like, he met some chick and he was laying in the bed with her. You know, he trying to do his thing, but he about to give out fast, and he's like, she should have told me this shit, this meat falling off the bone.
Yeah, I
You know,
saw
so,
that.
oh my god! I was like, yes, I love it. Like, cause
bro, that's crazy.
I think we look. I don't know nobody who ain't never been to that
In that
situation
situation.
at
Yeah.
least a few times. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
at least once.
at least once, but like bro, the shit just so damn
It's
good. It's just like
it's like I can't handle this. This too
yeah,
much. She wasn't lying type looking
yeah.
ass.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
when it's good like that, nigga, you might as well find look here. Yeah, that type of good like that make your pull out game weak.
Yeah, you finna make
For
a
real.
baby.
He
Yeah.
definitely said, we're a family now. You know, like said, I hope she got security. I don't know, some shit he said, cause I'm about to shoot up the club. But the dude was hilarious, bro. It was funny as fuck. But yeah, man, like I can't imagine like it's cringy for me to even like have these thoughts like this because it's so, you know, unknown. Like all these things we talking about robots, like actual human beings wanting to change themselves from, you know, like what they were meant to be because of whatever. I don't know. I don't get it, but you know.
Yeah, we gotta wrap it, man. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. I will be back tomorrow with some more
Cool
stuff that
deal.
I actually wanted to cover.
All right,
All
cool.
right, man. Peace and love, bro.
All right,
Peace and
man.
love.
Fresh shit.
Y'all
Peace and
get y'all
love.
some. Y'all get y'all.